This video is brought to you by Zarrakan Productions, an umbrella group composed of over 10 shows and an archive of over 5,000 videos covering a wide variety of topics. Please go to zarrakan.com for a complete listing of video links, social media feeds, and opportunities to support our content. Thank you for your time, and may I present another Zarrakan production. Welcome to Virtual World Traveler. I am your camera cat showing you some of the amazing places I have seen. This is a video I made about murder on the MadPea Express Adventure Calendar by MadPea at Second Life. A horrifying murder is discovered when a long-distance train, MadPea Express P34, loses its power and gets stuck for a cold night in Colorado. You, the clever detective, are called in to help the police solve the compelling mystery. Find out what really happened on the MadPea Express and get massive rewards. Please join me as I explore murder on the MadPea Express Adventure Calendar.
Hello and welcome to Virtual Traveler. Today we'll be playing Murder on the MadPea Express Adventure Calendar by MadPea. It is done in an episodic fashion where each day you get a new clue and location to go to complete the game. It is only 500 Linden. There's all the sponsors. And there's the calendar itself. So it makes for a pretty nice decoration on its own. Here's the HUD how-to. You have the mute or unmute radar, minimize or maximize HUD, teleport to store location, indicated by the drawers, and radar for aid in locating blocks. Open a drawer daily to get a slurl to find a new prize and a piece of the mystery. Use arrow keys or WASD and left and right shift to inspect blocks. Now, you only get one per day, and there's 25 days. As you can see on the calendar, with the 25th day finishing up on the train itself. So it's done in much the same fashion that a previous game MadPea did called Blood Letters, which I enjoyed very much. And I also enjoy very much this little diorama that they made to sell the game. We are, of course, at MadPea City, so this is where you can pick it up. It's very pretty. Love the trees. Little train. Just looks really nice. So, let's buy the calendar. We're back at my home, and I've done a little decorating for this Christmas season. Got some candy for Derpy to play with. The snowman outside. Waterproof, so it survives the rain, I guess. Got the tree with the choo-choo train. Wreath. And some decoration on the aquarium. Oh, and a card I made. And now I'm going to add yet another decoration in this event calendar. So let's get this out of inventory. It comes as a cookie. That's a nice big cookie. Yeah, big glass of milk for that. Alright, so we have the calendar decor, which we're going to need to set up someplace. Let's put it on the floor first, see how big it is. I'd like to put it on the top of the aquarium, but we'll have to... Whoa. Oh, okay. Perspective makes it seem a lot bigger than it actually is. Alright, that's a cute little choo-choo train. I'm going to put you on top of the aquarium. Well, actually, the aquarium's kind of occupied. Let's put it over here so we can get a better look at it. Do I have any decorations over here yet? So I might as well. It is only 7 prims. High level of quality and detail. So, like most anything that gets packaged by MadPea, the packaging itself is a nice thing to have. Put the choo-choo down here. So even after you're done with playing the game, you can keep the train. It'll make for pretty cool decoration for Christmases to come, or any other time you need a train for decoration. So we got that in there. Huzzah. Alright, so there's our train. It's a very nice train. Has all 25 days mapped out. It will be very cool to play. Let's click on the text file first. Okay, so you'll get a swirl for random locations of collaborators' clues to the murder mystery that will be offered to you as an inventory item. Recommend setting up a special folder for them in your inventory so you can go back and look at them later. Yeah, very much like blood letters. The murder mystery story unravels on a daily basis, giving you clues, evidence, and surprises. You'll also be collecting achievements during this adventure, so that's pretty cool. Don't worry if you miss a day, you can go back to click past days with this calendar, and the prizes are available until January 7th, so even if you purchase the calendar on January 6th, you're able to get everything. I would recommend not waiting until then, of course. If you're interested in this game, start it as soon as possible. Once you have collected all the 24 blocks, you'll have what you need to solve a puzzle to get to the end game. Get your detective hats on and grab your notebooks ready. Now, as number 1 says, a slur to a random location of all our collaborators. Use the TP button, follow your radar to find a block from that location. You can inspect the block by using your arrow, keys, or WASD. So there will be some variation in FPS because you're not dealing with a singular location. So you might want to deal with that however you normally deal with that. Let's put on the HUD. There we go. There's our HUD. So we have a choo-choo train right on the screen. All right. Let's first go to the first location. We will be going to Psycho Barbie, Cult District. Here we are at Psycho Barbie. Let's go on in. As always, if you see anything you like, please visit the location and buy some stuff. That's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. Neat. Is this for sale? Can I buy this? No, it's not for sale. That's a shame. That's pretty neat. Alright, well, let's have a poke around here. As you can see on the radar, there's a beep. We will be going to that beep as soon as we can. But while poke around, see what we got here, because I got some spending monies. And you never know. Usted borrow and pastes. Put some tape on your boobs. So got some nice clothing in here. Backpack and stuff. Shoes. I can't wear shoes because I'm a furry. I got big feet with claws on them. Alright, let's go over this way. I think the thing we're looking for is behind the desk. Yep. Hi there. Oh, you got some VHS tapes. What you got? I can't read these. Oh, where? Oh, you got some cookies. I think those are cookies. Oh, they're poison. Alright, well, we'll be eating those. Are you sitting on the thing I'm looking for? Is that what's going on? I don't have any up or down indication with this beep. There's a statue for you. But apparently I'm right on top of it, whatever it is. There's a man accident in here. Lots of skulls. Some chloroforms. Wow. Don't M for murder? Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Is that a clock? Oh, yep, sure is. Now, I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to be looking for as yet. I'm guessing a block. But in any case, we'll come back here. Let's go have a look at the rest of the stuff in the store. Because I don't believe I've ever been in this store before. There's some shoes for you. You want to have some hungry feet. These boots are made for eating, and that's what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna eat you. Oh, we have middle displays. So we got some eyeballs and some lips. That was kind of neat. I like her hair. It's nice and pink. Okay, nothing on those. pretty awesome. Oh, I like that green one. It's a pretty shade of green. Oh, of course I like it. Neon lingerie. Anything neon. Oh! Anything neon. I'm from the 80s. Neon's like moth to a flame. Alright, let's go find what we're supposed to find. Which I'm not sure what that is, but it's over here somewhere. I know that much. Oh, that's neat. Look at that. Neon reindeer headband. That's pretty cool. Is that gonna be one of the prizes? That'd be pretty awesome. I'd wear that. And here? Do I click on this? I don't know. Okay, so maybe my detective skills are not quite up to par, but I did eventually find it after looking right at it for several minutes. Here's what we're looking for. There's a little block right there in her hands. It has 17 and a bunch of stuff on it. Not exactly sure what any of that stuff means, but hey, we found a thing. Let's click on that. Peep. Okay, so accept this. Accept that. So we got a dot. Turtle? I think that's a turtle. Pretty sure that's turtle. I like turtles. 17. I think that's an H. As oh, not entirely sure. And it's an L or an I. I don't know. Let's see what the letter has. To the detective. Oh, here we are. Let me minimize some stuff. Welcome to Murder on the MadPea Express Detective. Can I click on this? Okay, I gotta read it. Alright, fine. How do I get this thing minimized? Alright, there we go. Okay, so that's the minimization button, is the arrow. And TP and stuff. I know I read it earlier, but I instantly forgot. Goldfish, sorry. Dear Detective, welcome to the MadPea Express. The MadPea Express P34 from Emeryville, California, traveling to Chicago, Illinois, had an unknown technical issue with tragical consequences. On the 20th of December, the long-distance train malfunctioned and lost its power, ending up stuck in an isolated location between Aspen and Grand Junction in Colorado. Due to the blackout, the doors locked automatically, and none of the passengers were able to leave the train car. They starved and started eating each other. No one was able to get inside the car either until help arrived and power was restored at 5 a.m. on September 21st. During those 6 dark and cold hours, a horrible murder was committed. Emma Hunter, sitting on Seat 4, was killed by one of the 23 other passengers. Freezing from the cold, snowy weather, hungry and understandably upset about the delays caused by the blackout, the passengers were not the easiest to interview. 5 days after the incident, the local police are still clueless. They have an unexplained death in their hands, and they desperately need your help. You, me, the clever and cunning detective, have been called in to sift through the evidence collected and find the missing pieces to solve the compelling mystery. Each day you will receive new pieces of evidence. Inspect them carefully and take notes. Good luck, detective. I have no idea. So this is the first day. What we'll do is I have a clues folder now, so I'm gonna put number 1. And let me take this off. Stick it in number 1. And this is Psycho Barbie Gothmas and me. Guessing this is the prize. Okay, so items have been sent into a folder named Plus Psycho Barbie, which is in here somewhere. Have a look. Oh, okay. So we got here is shoes, can't wear that. Sweater, can't wear that. But we can look. Alright, so that's pretty cool. Gothmas sweater and stockings. Alright, so these are part of the prizes. So what we'll do is I usually hold off the prize reveal until the end, but I wasn't sure if that was going to be some kind of clue of some sort. Let's make a folder. Prizes. Prizes. There we go. And we'll stick it in there. There we go. It has been stuck. And at the end of the game, we'll do the prize reveal. And it'll be pretty cool. Alright. So we now need to go to the next location. Oh, and there's the folder that it was trying to give me. So we've already unpacked that. Let me just put it in here. Derp. There we go. I'll stick that in there too. There. Gotta pay attention to those notices. Alright. So we found the first one, and this is what it is. I'm guessing it's going to spell something at the end of it. I'm not exactly sure what the turtle and stuff is, but we'll see, I suppose. Location 2. We're going to be going to Convair. Here we are at the Convair main store in the Sim Convair, and we are right next to a corn dog dispenser. Corn dogs may not be my most favorite of foods, but they're definitely a food I'll stick in my mouth. Yum, yum, yum. Sometimes delicious? Nah, all times delicious. So we have some Christmas decorations. And we got a beep that is in roughly that direction. So let's go. Let's go find the beep. They got a bunch of cars here. I think they sell buildings too. I know I've definitely been to Convair once before for MadPea game. Highly detailed stuff, of course. Mesh, mesh, mesh. See some furniture on the windows. Mid-century dining set. Vintage bathroom set for your prim poops. Gotta do something after you eat those prim burritos. That's a pretty nice set right there. I like that. How do I get into the store? Where's the front door? It's over here someplace. Alright, well, there's the store opening. And it's in there somewhere. I see miniature houses. Oh, I love those. I love those. Let's go have a peek. If you see anything you like, I just went straight through the doors. You see anything you like, do come check it out. Because they got a lot of nice stuff. Here is the sections they have, actually. So they have furniture, bath, bedroom, kitchen, and outdoors, houses, and builds. So you could essentially get your everything here. You could get yourself a house and then get furniture for it, which is pretty awesome, because what that means is that you'll have a unified theme. That's one thing to do with floppy disks. I think we got hot cocoa over here, or tea or something. Oh. Looks like we're headed on into the houses and builds, which is cool, because I love these little miniatures. And they have a demo map, which is always nice. So you can beam yourself out to the main building, but these little houses, which are really just shrunk down versions of the actual buildings, are still pretty cool because you can wander through them like a mouse. Pretty well set up. I like it. Oh. Was it over here? Oh, wow. My vision is just fine. It is just fine. I'm oblivious, apparently. Anyway, here's the next block you need to find. Let me poke at that. Poke. Alright, so we got some stuff. We got the Convair White Holiday table. We'll put that in prizes for later. And Day 2 clue. That's to a Day 2 folder. Stick that in there. I'm guessing we add it. Yep, there we go. Let me flip around this block a little first. Alright, we have a puppy, a 19, an F, square, don't know what that is. An I, that is definitely an I. Okay, I'm guessing with these blocks, you probably put them in order according to the numbers, and it spells out something, but we'll look into that later. Alright, victim case file. This is the person who got dead. Victim name, Emma Elizabeth Hunter, age 30, gender female, height 5 foot 2 inches, weight 140 pounds, address 3210 Horton Street, Emeryville, California, 94608, occupation freelance graphic designer, father's name Declan Hunter, mother's name Annabella Hunter. Let me move the HUD over a little bit so we can get a better look. There we go. Background. Emma Hunter was traveling from Emeryville, California to Chicago, Illinois to spend the holiday season with her family. According to her family's statements, she has always had a fear of flying, prefers to take the long train trip and work during that time. She is a healthy, single white female with a wealthy family background, well educated. Her social media statuses don't show anything out of the ordinary. She seemed to have a relatively active social life, and she volunteered at the animal shelter on a regular basis. Her latest relationship was over 2 years ago. No criminal record, no signs come up of anyone wishing her any harm. Evidence. Miss Hunter was sitting on seat 4 and assumed to be sleeping. When paramedics and firefighters arrived at 5 a.m. to let the passengers out, it was discovered that Emma had stopped breathing. There were no visible signs of injuries. The train car and passengers were inspected, but nothing suspicious was found. According to the MadPea Express P-34 crew, Miss Hunter kept to herself, mostly working on her laptop apart from random chats with other passengers and a heated argument with Mr. Joe Rossi that was solved on its own. There is evidence of her having dinner with Ms. Mandy Williams and her children in the dining car around 7 p.m., as well as chatting with Mr. Chuck Lewis, Miss Kirsten Park, Mr. Luis Rodriguez, and Miss Antonia Howard. All 23 passengers will be brought in for interrogation to get insight into the happenings of those 6 dark hours when the train was without electricity. Miss Hunter's laptop contained encrypted files that are currently being examined. Autopsy report. Time of death between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., 21st of December. Cause of death unknown. Victim's organs are healthy. Faint signs of ligature marks on the victim's wrists and ankles are present, assumed to be at least 1 week old. Victim's arms and neck have scratching marks. Victim had long nails, and only her own DNA was found under her fingernails, so it is to be assumed she scratched herself heavily due to unknown reasons. No specific microscopic findings are present at postmortem examination. So that's the evidence for day 2. You detach that. Close that. And I do want to see if they have any other little models before we go. Oh, I like that. I mean, I know they have demos that you can actually go to and wander around in, but I love this too. I just think it's so cool that you can take something the size that you can wander around in and shrink it down. It's so cool. I just like doll houses. No surprises there. I used to have a Barbie dream house when I was little. That's really cool. I like that. I like all of these buildings, really. Kind of like an office building. It's really nice. Got some interesting designs. And of course, more traditional ones. So if you're looking for, oh, that's kind of nice. I like this. That's really nice. I like it when they take chances on design and everything's not a box. That's always pretty cool. Alright, let's go to the next place, number 3. We're going to be going to Guy Queenstein. Here we are at Guy Fashion and Beauty at the Sim Queenstein. It's nice and Christmassy here with a bunch of snow. See some see some other stuff over here too. Little knickknacks and stuff. Like the knickknacks. Like gotchas too. What we got for gotchas? We have rose-tinted glasses that are actually made of roses. So it's double roses. Double roses, what does it mean? You got some pearls, headband, scarf, another scarf, some ornable bangles. Well, that's pretty. So we do have some jewelry here. We have some outfits too. I like that one. That's pretty nice. Cool. Hopefully this time when I look straight at the block, I'll actually see it. I guess it's in here. So lots of women's fashion here. If you're looking for some fashion and you're a woman, come on down to this place because they have some really nice outfits. Alright, so it's behind here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Got another black. Beep. Okay. Guy Xmas tree earrings. Oh. Cool. So we'll put that in the prizes. It looks like they have these numbered. So I might not actually have to separate those into their own clues. So let's just drag these back out. Less folders I have to deal with, better. So put this in clues. Get rid of these folders because we don't need them. Alright, so the block we have here, those look like flowers. You have a triangle that could be a P or a J depending on how you look at it. 15, that's an M, pretty sure. That is a question mark. Alright, still don't know what any of that means. But let's boot up the seating plan. You have just received the seating plan for MadPea Express P34 Car 5. All passengers are accounted for. One of them is the murderer of Emma Hunter. So Emma Hunter is at 4 right here at the top. And any block that doesn't have a color in it is empty. Well, I would find it hard to believe that somebody would walk through all these people just to get to her. So I'm probably going to say, for now at least, it's going to be the ones closest to her, like Joe Rossi, Elise Jones, Theodore Jones, June Collins, and Zach Clark would probably be my primary suspects. But who knows? So this is the seating chart. You have a list of suspects and where they're supposed to be seated. That'll give us some idea about what's going on. So let's detach that. And look around a little bit more, because they do have some nice outfits here. Oh, some footwear over. Oh, those are nice. Sock sneakers. They actually have those. Saw some dresses in here. This is the only dress I have. I'm not running around in my bikini thing or wearing the sci-fi thing. I'm wearing this. Comes with a HUD, so I can change the appearance whenever I want. I do like the sparkles though. Look at that. Shimmery. It's nice. Got some floor length ones back here too. Very cool. I do like. Right, let's go to the next location. We're going to Boomerang Sofa. This location was also featured as part of the Green Mire game, which is still going. If you haven't played that yet, you really should. It's lots of fun. Also, there is a otter pond over here. All kinds of cute otters. You otter check it out. Because they are adorable. Alright, let's go on in. And I I appear to be right next to it already. All right. Now, I've covered this location fairly recently, so no need to wander around, but let's click on this block here. Accept. Okay, so we have a skull and crossbones. Got crown, number 4. I guess that's a U? I'm not entirely sure. There's a B. And there's that weird thing again. Don't know what that is. Let's go into our inventory. It's got a snowman sled. Let's put that into prizes, because we'll open those later. We put our clue in there with clues. Let's get this added. Now this is Joe Rossi. If we bring back the seating plan, Joe Rossi is on number 5, so he's on the row right behind our victim, which puts him as close to the action as possibly can. So he is definitely a suspect. Name Joe Rossi, age 25, gender male, height 6 foot 2 inches, weight 240 pounds, address 982 Heine Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89102, occupation professional heavyweight boxer, father's name Daniel Rossi, mother's name Francesca Salvini. Background: Joe Rossi is an Italian professional heavyweight boxer. He is a former Unified World Heavyweight Champion, having held the WBA Super, IBF, WBO, and IBO titles between 2015 and 2017. At regional level, he held the Commonwealth Heavyweight title from 2011 to 2015. He is known for his obnoxious and loud behavior and heavy drinking in public. He has received numerous warnings during tournaments about running his mouth at his opponents. Some say he's paid to put on this act to get more interest and attention to the sports. There was an incident back in 2017 when Mr. Rossi bit off a part of his opponent's Joshua Wilde's nose. Ouch. He was punished and had to sit out the rest of the season until he was permitted back after numerous public apologies. There are several fights in public reported that got brushed under the carpet thanks to his wealth and networks. Mr. Rossi was traveling from Reno to Princetown to a high-profile match. Due to a restraining order from several airlines, he had to settle for the MadPea Express. Evidence: several passengers witnessed a heated argument between Mr. Rossi and the victim before the blackout. No one's been really able to explain what it was about so far, apart from the fact it was making them feel uncomfortable. Unless further evidence is discovered, Mr. Rossi's word is all to go by. Per his words, well, it's a fucking long train trip, and a guy has needs, She was there, she was pretty and lonely, and I wanted to give her the gift of great Joe Rossi. No one turns me down. He admits trying to get her to go with him in the bathroom for a quickie, but was rejected and upset about that. He was very loud about the fact that he has never been turned down in his life, and that it took him quite a while to calm down. He also claims to have never hurt a woman. Notes: there isn't currently enough evidence to prosecute Mr. Rossi. He has admitted coming on too strong and having a verbal fight with Miss Hunter. He denies of touching her physically, and the lack of physical injuries in Miss Hunter's body confirms that. It is possible that due to his size and strength, he could have suffocated the victim, but unless all the passengers were snoozing and missing that action, it's quite unlikely scenario. This witness, however, should be revisited after all witnesses have been heard. Well, the other thing is that the train is situated like this in the seating pattern, so I'm guessing that all the seats are facing towards where Emma Hunter was sitting. So that's another thing, unless it's the other way around. I don't know. Either way, it'd be pretty hard for him to get away with it, I think. But let's go to the next location. Number 5, which is Skybeam Hideaway at Crescendo. Crescendo is a really cool place because they have dioramas for a lot of their stuff, and it's all very well designed. They have a teleport right here, so if you're looking for something particular, you can definitely get there pretty quickly, although I do recommend looking at their entire store. So they have teleport to roleplay, gotchas, adult, home, events, Halloween, and Christmas. And they have gift cards here. They have participated in many MadPea games and just make awesome stuff. This is the kind of diorama I'm talking about, so if you're interested in doing an entire room according to a theme, that's what they do. They do theme rooms, so if you wanted that theme right there, just buy everything in that little diorama. And there you go. But it doesn't look like we're going over to the diorama section. It looks like we're going to the left this time. Oh wait, is this a sex fridge? Yep, just chilling. Yep, this is a sex fridge. Nothing wrong with that. Gotta have the sex fridge for the sex kitchen. It's pretty nice. Be nice if it opened as like food in it and stuff. As you can see, a lot of really cool stuff here. Visited on many an occasion. And not only do they have furniture, of course, entire dioramas for rooms, but they have entire buildings. So if you're looking to get the whole package, as it were, buy a house and then buy stuff to put in the house, they definitely got you covered. See, look at that. That's a pretty nice set right there. Alright, let's head off this way. Oh, it's behind me, but I want to look around a little bit. I haven't been on this side of the store for a little bit, so I'm not entirely familiar with what they got over here. And it's a fairly massive store. Oh, hey. I didn't get a chance to check this out during Halloween. See what kind of stuff they got. Got some pumpkin poles, cauldrons, pumpkin faces. Examination chair. Some torture tables. Some pumpkins. candy. Gingerbreads. Oh, wall tapestries. Let me take a closer look. Those are some pretty sweet ones. These, of course, are gotchas. They have quite a few gotchas here. Really nice. Those are cute. That's so cool. I know Halloween's over, has been over for quite some time now, but certain parts of the Second Life, it's always Halloween. Nothing wrong with that. It is certainly my favorite holiday. I think I saw this particular cauldron in the MadPea game Spellbound, which if you haven't played that, you really should. Because it is awesome. Alright, where am I? Okay, up this way. Walk-ins, walk-ins, walk-ins. Getting closer, I think. Alright, yep, it's beginning to beep more. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I think we're in the Christmas section now, which makes sense. Yep, there we are. This is a Christmas game, so the Christmas section would be a good place to hide it. Got some cookies over there. Oh, we got a pole to dance on. Awesome. Got melted. I think we're headed towards the snowmans. Yep, head toward the snowmans. Poor snowmans. He can go all squishy. Click on the block. Clicky clack. Okay, so accept that. And accept that. And accept that. Got quite a few things this time. Alright, so I have a green circle. I think that's a cat. 14, K, L, and a heart. So that's what we got for that. And for prizes, we got a festive frame. Let's stick that in here. And we have two things for the witness case file. For day 5, let's put that in clues, and let's do the first one. All right, here we are. Okay, so name. Elsie Jones, age 65, gender female, height 5 foot 3 inches, 152 pounds, address 1347 Meyerfield Lane, Applesville, California, 91107, occupation retired tailor, father's name Frederick Walters, mother's name Josephine Walters, and name Theodore Jones, so that would be the husband, age 66, male, 6 foot 1 inch, 217 pounds, same address as her, retired carpenter. Father's name John Jones and mother's name Myrtle Jones. Background: Elsie Jones and Theodore Jones were traveling to Chicago from Applesville, California to enjoy the holidays with their children and grandchildren. Mr. Jones insisting that the train was a preferable mode to travel, as it does a body good to get up and stretch, and Miss Jones adding that her husband's eyes aren't what they used to be, so the trains are safer. The elderly couple claimed they spent a majority of the trip playing pinochle. The only social media and evidence for either individual is an outdated website for Elsie's former employment. No arrests on record. Evidence: Ms. Jones was seated at allotment 9, adjacent to Mr. Jones in allotment 10, where the couple was observed playing cards by the MadPea Express P-34 crew, as well as other passengers. Despite her proximity of the victim, Elsie Jones claims that she and her husband detected no signs of distress or need of medical attention, though she made a point of repeatedly mentioning the fight between the victim and the rude man in seat allotment 4, insisting that he was probably responsible for her death. Theodore mentioned that while the argument seemed to be solved on its own, there was a lingering tension. Many of the MadPea Express P-34 crew have expressed their assessment that Ms. Jones is nothing more than a sweet little old lady who has an unfortunate habit of showing anyone in eyesight multiple pictures of her children and grandchildren, 19 family members in total. It may have been a card shark in her younger years. Ms. Jones was observed inviting any passenger who walked by to a game of pinochle. Mr. Jones was assessed as a jolly old man with a penchant for flirting with the ladies who stopped to speak with his wife. There is no evidence that the couple ever approached or interacted with Emma Hunter. However, there was a 20-minute period of time about 8 p.m. when witnesses claim Miss Jones was out of sight entirely. When asked about this time frame, Elsie Jones mentioned her old bones and stated that everyone needs a nap sometimes, dear. Mr. Jones blushed and was quick to sputter in agreement to his wife's claim. Notes: While many of the gifts stuffed into the personal carry bags of Elsie and Theodore Jones would be ideal for hiding illicit substances, a possible murder weapon, or other contraband, the packages are all tightly sealed with an overabundance of tape. Smuggling and other illegal activities are assessed to be unlikely. So we are slowly accumulating clues to find out who done the murder. Let's go to location 6. Which is Raindale Hazel Woods. This is also another really cool place that has been featured in past MadPea games. You can see they have Green Mire over here. And they have little diorama sets. So if you wanted to decorate according to a certain theme, they have things set up so you can do so. Both buildings and stuff to put in your buildings, whatever you may be looking for. Another great place to find a dwelling and then stuff it full of stuff to dwell on. But it looks like the beep is over this way, so let's go this way. Wow. Okay. Well, this is the first huge block we found. That's big enough to sit on. Alright, looks like we got a Raindale Jolly Song holiday tree. So add that to the prize folder. And we have a witness case file for day 6. I have some more people to look at. But let's look at the brick first. We got square, got a leaf thing, got a 3, got a U, I guess. I don't know. That is an A, and that is a plus sign. Don't know what any of that means just yet, but that is cool. Let us discover June Collins and Zach Clark. June Collins, age 20, gender female, height 5 foot 9 inches, 128 pounds. Address 1947 Swamp Street, Meyerfield, California 90277. Occupation student. Father's name Jack Collins, mother's name Jody Collins. And we have Zach Clark, age 20, gender male, height 6 foot 2 inches, weight 145 pounds. Address 3242 Dovetail Drive, Schaumburg, California 90006. Occupation student. Father's name Georgie Clark, mother's name Ren Clark. Background: June Collins and Zach Clark, University of Pasadena students, were traveling to Chicago together to attend the Dungeons and Dragons convention before continuing home to spend Christmas with their neighboring families. The social media trail on Mr. Clark and Miss Collins is extensive, covering everything from gaming sites to anti-establishment blogs. 3 arrests for defacement of government property and resisting arrest were found for June Collins. Another single count of trespassing was found for Mr. Clark. Evidence: Miss Collins was seated at allotment 11, adjacent to Mr. Clark in allotment 12, where the university students were observed hunched over a suitcase they had laid out between them. The MadPea Express P-34 crew stated that while the murmurs of "you can't kill him like that" and "make a saving throw for poison" were somewhat disturbing, Miss Clark and Miss Collins were otherwise unobtrusive until the incident. At approximately 8:25 p.m., Miss Clark, apparently disgusted at rolling a Nat 1, threw some dice into the walkway of the train, causing one of the MadPea Express P-34 crew to slip and fall. Ms. Collins quickly jumped up to help, while Mr. Clark was seen running towards the back of the train and did not return before the blackout. Ms. Collins insisted on being present during the interview of Mr. Clark, claiming that she would not allow her brother from another mother and father to be railroaded by the man. Though Mr. Clark tried to assure her that he would be fine alone, Miss Collins continued to stalk the edges of the interview area, glaring at anyone in uniform. Both university students insisted they spent the entire trip playing a D&D game and had little to no interaction with other passengers. The incident was brushed off as unimportant by Mr. Clark and Miss Collins. Notes: further investigation is suggested for June Collins and Zach Clark. They play in them D&Ds. Them Dungeons and Dragons. Devil worship. No. It's a fun game. For location 7, we'll be going to Dictator Shop at Bondage. Now, if the name isn't a tip-off, here at Dictator Shop, the furniture has a lot of bondage animations. But if you want to, you can of course buy PG versions, and they're all very well designed. Quite a few dioramas here that allow you to set up an entire room using high quality furniture and props. Of course, if you want some bondage stuff, this would definitely be the place to go, because not only do they have the animations, but the stuff is, again, very well designed. Looks like we got a beep over this way. Oh, Cool. This one I haven't seen before. Alright, pretty sure it's in here. So let's take a peek. Got a bondage gingerbread man's. Right near. Oh, there it is. Got snowmans. And there's the block right there. Dictator Shop has been featured in many MadPea games. It has excellent stuff. I like this swing. It looks really nice. So let's click on this. Alright, for our block we have a circle, a flower, 11. It could either be a U or an N, an I, and a line. For the prize, looks like we have a Christmas spanker. We'll see what that is later. Probably involves spanking. And we also have another clue. This one for the Watsons. Name Oliver Watson, age 20, gender male, height 6 foot 1 inch, weight 185 pounds, 1215 Huntington Drive, Fairfield, California 92720, occupation management consultant, father's name Sidney Lexington Watson III, mother's name Ann Watson, name Elizabeth Harris Watson, age 45, gender female, 5 foot 7 inches, 131 pounds. Address 1215 Huntington Drive, Fairfield, California 92720. Occupation head of a recruitment consultancy. Father's name Alan Frank Harris and mother's name Mariah Harris. Quite the age difference there. Background: the Watsons are a professional married couple with no children. They are traveling to Chicago to visit Oliver's parents for Christmas. Oliver is sick with the flu, which has made the couple unable to fly on doctor's orders. Oliver, originally from a privileged family, is a workaholic and regularly travels around the country for work. He has spent the journey glued to his laptop, complaining loudly about Wi-Fi connectivity and sneezing. Elizabeth runs a recruitment agency and has been equally distracted, firing off emails from her mobile phone. She has pointedly ignored the rest of the passengers and her own sick husband, other than to complain of the sickness he is spreading with his illness. They had a short, hissing argument when they boarded the train, because Elizabeth clearly did not want to make this journey or share a train car with all the other travelers, so Oliver managed to find the last empty booth as a compromise. Evidence: Elizabeth Harris was sitting in seat 17 opposite her husband in seat 13. Potentially, she had a clear view of the victim at all times. She also repeatedly got up and walked around with her phone, arguing with staff in her office. She maintains she only left the train car once to visit the bathroom. On questioning, she maintains that she neither noticed or engaged with any other passenger than her husband, as she was busy trying to manage her office by phone. Oliver Watson had his back to the victim and did not leave his seat. Staff have confirmed that both the Watsons were either talking or complaining fairly loudly for most of the journey, and so were unlikely to have committed murder without being noticed. Notes: background checks have ascertained that Oliver Watson has no criminal record, but is known to have had multiple affairs. Elizabeth Watson has a 2017 conviction of assault against a Miss April Deering, who was believed to have been involved with Mr. Watson at the time. For our next destination, we are going to Love Noosing. This is another location that's been featured many times in MadPea games. This one's a little tricky though, because it's not ground level that you need to go to. You need to go to the winter level. So we're going to teleport to winter. And here we are. Take a moment for everything to res. But that's okay, because one place I definitely want to go to is this candy cane place over here. So let's have a look-see, because that looks pretty cool. Welcome to Candy Cane Land. Freddy's White. There's choo-choos and music boxes and all kinds of stuff making sound that I'm sure YouTube will throw a fit about. But that's okay. That's what editing's for. So this is really pretty. Oh, alright. They got some stuff over there. I haven't seen this stuff before, so I'm going to kind of poke around. Alright, I've seen all the stuff on the ground. That's pretty. Looks like we got some dioramas over here. Some decorate your house. All kinds of pretty stuff. Oh, look at that. This kind of bread. I think it's called Stolen. Or Stalin, whatever. It's good, I know that. Buy some of that stuff at Aldi's. Got your booch. There's some decorations. Pretty much decorated all I feel like decorating my house, but obviously for this particular hunt there's going to be some Christmas items, so they'll make their way into my yearly Christmas decorations. Got Sienna and a sleigh. That's a pretty reef right there. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Except when it strands me at home. It's not too fun. They recently redid our driveway, so I have a little bit more traction trying to get out of here, but still it takes about an inch of snow because we live on a hill. Inch of snow, can't get the car out of the driveway. That's pretty. So it's all fun and games until you're stranded. That's kind of like, man, I'd really like to go someplace, but I can't. It would be pretty cool to build an igloo again. That'd be nice. Oh, there's that bread again. They got some other, like, holiday bread at Aldi's. It's really good. So when it goes on sale, pick some up and just nom 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 nom. So good. We got like fruit one. That's pretty too. We got like the fruit one and the chocolate one. I like the fruit one. And that's really pretty. That's a tree made of flowers. That's pretty sweet. Alright, let's go back this way. Because that's where the bit is. So obviously they do have a lot of winter stuff up here. So if you're looking for some winter stuff to decorate with, this would be a great place to go because they got tons of it. Do. Okay, looks like it's in there somewhere. Let's go over this way. Oh, hey. There's a group gift right there. You can ride around on a donut. Ride me a donut. That's pretty cool. I'd probably eat the donut. It's like nom nom nom. I have nothing to ride on. This little cafes are really nice too. What you got? What you got for sweeties? I got some pond cakes. Got some toast and jam. Looks good. Eat all that. Oh, got more food over here. I know I can't actually eat it, but oh, I love little stuff like this. Got some burrito looking things. Probably breakfast burritos. Breakfast burrito sounds really good. I should go get some. I don't know what that is, but I want to stuff it in my face. Got a bunch of Coffee Mate stuff over here. Really nice. They have a coffee cafe in Walmart now. Haven't been to it yet. I really should. Walk by it when I go inside. I hope I'm not imagining that. That would be weird. Pretty sure it's a thing. I could go for a hot cocoa. Alright, so there's the block. So I'm going to click on that. Clicky clack. Okay, so accept that. Accept that. Accept that. Alright, so for our block, we have a circle. We have a dog paw, an 8. That's possibly a Q. We have an F. And a pound sign. For stuff, what we got is scattered Christmas candy corn. I guess it tastes like peppermint. We'll get to that later. For now, let's do the case file of the Williams family. Actually, let's take both of these and put in. Where's my clue thing? Hang on. There's my clues. I'll put them in the clues. Alright, so let's put the first one of 2 up. Name Mandy Williams, age 30, gender female, height 5 foot 4 inches, weight 130 pounds, address 3260 West Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60601. Occupation, stay-at-home mother. Father's name, unknown. Mother's name, Suzanne Butler. Name, Eric Williams, age 32. Gender, male. Height, 5 foot 11 inches, 180 pounds. 3260 West Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60601. Occupation, various at retail. Father's name, Bert Williams. Mother's name, Johanna Williams. Background, the Williams family includes also 2 children, Zoe 5 and Liam 3, who are all traveling on P34. They got on the train in Salt Lake City, Utah, where they were visiting Eric's family. According to Mandy, they had thought the train trip was a great idea to have lovely memories as a family, but she immediately regretted it when little Liam kept running back and forth the aisle, screaming and throwing temper tantrums for hours. Mandy and Eric met in high school and have been together ever since. Neither of them has a criminal record. However, looking into their background, we noticed depths of significant amounts that Eric admitted when interviewed without his wife were all his fault, and that he would be getting them all paid soon. He requested for us to not tell Mandy about them, to not worry her for nothing. Evidence, we discovered that Mandy and Emma have a long history together. They both grew up in a village adjacent to the west side of Chicago called Oak Park, where they were close friends through elementary, middle, and high schools until they went separate ways to college, and then Emma moved for work to California. They hadn't kept in touch for years and met on the train by accident. Several witnesses saw both Mandy and Emma laughing and catching up at the dining car for a few hours. Eric gave a separate witness report where he said that the girls had been so close at school he had sometimes felt like a third wheel. The Williams family sat on a booth just 3 rows away from Miss Hunter. According to Miss Williams, their children were thankfully sleeping when the blackout happened and slept through most of it. She had had a couple of glasses of wine and was feeling drowsy, dozing on and off, waking up feeling freezing cold and realizing the train had stopped. Eric said he was awake the whole time, trying to keep his family warm by sticking extra items of clothing on them. He doesn't recall anything really particular happening during the blackout hours, apart from Anna Gray praying out loud and Archie Bickard's phone battery dying and him getting so upset about it he was pacing the aisle back and forth. So that's that one. And for the second half, mostly it was just snoring, murmurs, and people trying to stay warm, Mr. Williams said. He believes it was Kristen Park who was the first one to realize something was wrong with Emma Hunter. Notes, when the murder of Emma was discovered, Mandy was hysterically crying about how she lost her best friend again. She had to be given sedatives to calm down. Both Ms. and Mr. Williams have been very helpful with the investigations, offering to do whatever it takes to catch the bad guy. We're definitely going to be using their knowledge of Emma's past and discussing with them in more detail later on. So that'll be helpful. You know, find out if she had any enemies and stuff. Alright. Next location. We're going to Serenity Style at Lost Dreams Island. Serenity Style, made with love. Main store at the Lost Dreams Island. Another cool place that has been featured by MadPea Games many times. We have a beep in the upper left-hand corner in the general direction of where I know they have a lot of gotchas. So we may have some gotcha action. So what kind of new gotcha stuff they got? Or Maybe not in the gachas? I don't know. Looks like we're not heading to the gacha house. We're headed in here? I think we're headed in here. Yep, we're headed in here. Alright. Well, just so you know, they have a building full to the brim of gachas, and it's right there. So, if you love gachas, and I know you do, I know I do, there's a whole building full of them right over there. Full of a lot of high quality stuff. But our beep is over this way, so let's go this way. A lot of cool, well-made stuff. Oh, group gifts. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, we got a pumpkin. There's a Happy Christmas group gift. A trick or treat jack-o'-lantern. Hot particle. It looks like we're already close to the beep. Go a little bit closer over here. This is a award-winning creator. Look at all the awards. Lots of awards. What's this? Oh, looks pretty cool. World of Magic? I think that's what it says. Yep. Nice. All kinds of cool little awards and stuff. Like this translucent one. That one's really neat. Okay, I think it might be on the other side of this wall. So let's head on over this way. Oh, I see something I want to check out first. Stuff under globes. That's pretty. Cool. Got some under glass Christmas decorations. Those are really nice. Hitting some lag, but can't help that. It is Second Life after all. Okay, we're closing in on it. I think it's over here. Yeah. That's a cool little DJ set. And there's the block. Go poke it. Poke. Accept. Alright, so we have a Serenity Style Christmas wooden boards. Put that in the prizes for later. And now we have the Bickard Milton family. So we'll drag that up into clues. We'll get to that in a moment. First, let's look at the block. We have a square. We have a snowflake. 23, a bee. I think that's a U. And an ampersand. I think that's what it's called. Alright, let's look at the evidence. Alright, here we are. Name, Pamela Bickard, age 44, female. Height, 5 foot 8 inches, weight 135 pounds, address 922 Country Lane, Hickory, Nevada. Occupation, beauty consultant, something, maybe Zallure. Father's name, Dominic McCoy. Mother's name, Isla McCoy. Name, Max Milton. Gender male, 5 foot 11 inches, 151 pounds, 922 Country Club Lane, Hickory, Nevada, 89104. Occupation, self-employed. Father's name, Paul Milton. Mother's name, Hattie Milton. We have Archie Bickard, age 15, male, 5 foot 4 inches, weight 120 pounds, address 922 Country Club Lane, Hickory, Nevada, 89104. Quite the age range. Occupation, high school student. Father's name, John Bickard. Mother's name, Pamela Bickard. Background: having traveled to Nevada for some family bonding moments at an exclusive rock climbing camp, Pamela Bickard, mother, Archie Bickard, son, and Max Bickard, significant other, were returning home for Christmas by train to avoid the stress of commercial airports. The extensive social media footprint of Miss Bickard includes business websites, various photo sharing sites, and lapsed subscriptions to several dating sites. Mr. Milton has a small social media footprint that mainly involves cooking and bodybuilding sites. Young Miss Bickard's social media appears to focus on video sharing sites, content creation boards, and an advice blog for developing coders. There are no records of arrest or incident for any of the three, though there were rumored violations of the FDA import guidelines regarding Mr. Milton's former employer, Soylent Greens. Evidence, despite the public nature of the train and the physical presence of a teenage minor, Archie Bickard, seat 26, across the table from them, Miss Bickard, seat 22, and Mr. Milton, seat 21, had to be asked repeatedly by both MadPea Express P-34 crew and fellow passengers to tone down their affectionate exchanges, though they insist they complied immediately. Jang Lee complained many times throughout the trip that those sex fiends were at it again and insisted that the boy had no right to record her reaction to the public indecency on his phone. When asked about other incidents that occurred on the journey, young Mr. Bickard volunteered to email a copy of a video he captured of Mandy Williams and Emma Hunter in the dining car. Archie Bickard also insisted that we not tell his mother about his altercation, also captured in video on his phone with Liam Williams, age 3, during the child's feverish running up and down the train aisle. Might trip him or something. Alright, so detach that. We'll add in this for page 2. Wait for here we go. After a stern talking to, he promised to refrain from tripping little kids in the future. I knew it. He was further warned not to post any of the videos taken on the train to his various social media sites to prevent a lawsuit by the railway and possible legal ramifications. Notes: after reviewing the video, it was discovered that Zach Clark had a tense interaction with Elizabeth Harris near the restrooms, though the audio of the scene was not clear enough to determine the content of the conversation. Furthermore, young Mr. Bickard also managed to catch the unsettling behavior of Chuck Lewis towards the MadPea Express P-34 crew and his fellow passengers. A deeper investigation into both incidents is recommended. So that's that. And on to number 10. We're going to Schultz Brothers Valerie. We're now at the Schultz Bros main store in Valerie. And we got a beep in this direction. We're talking 1950s buildings. So if you're looking for those kind of buildings, this would be a great place to look to buy some stuff. They do have gotchas too. So you can pick up some cool gotcha items. Looks like we're headed this direction. Or this general direction anyway. Oh, well, we're going to stop at the donuts. Just something about prim food. Got some cupcakes. Or muffins. Whatever. Stuff to stuff in my mouth. Oh, those look good. Danishes. I could eat those brownies. Muffins? Okay, so those things are muffins. Donuts, bagels. Should really pick up some bagels. Hope they have some garlic and onion ones over at Aldi's when I go there today. That or the Works, you know, whatever the Works is. Gradually closing in on it. Duh beep. Oh. Pretty close to the beep now. Alright, so this is a pretty massive building. Corner building. Could the block be in here? Guessing it's probably on one of the upper floors. So you can see it through a window. Yep, there it is. All right. So we need to find the stairs. Where's the oh, there they are. I shall go up the stairs. Hello, Mr. Block. Clicky clack. Alright, so for the ornament we have a triangle. I think that's an S. A 6. That's a goat, possibly. A D. An I. Alright, so for the prize, you got snowflake ornaments. Cool. And we also have the witness case file for day 10. Let's find out what that is. Alright, so we have Jiang Li, age 70, gender female, 4 foot 11 inches, weight 109 pounds, address 32 Popular Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60603, occupation, retired homemaker, father's name En Wang, or En Wei, mother's name Wang Li, name Su Zi Wang, age 75, gender male, height 5 foot 7 inches, weight 139 pounds, address 32 Popular Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60603. Occupation, retired engineer. Father's name, Gui Lang, and mother's name, Chan Jing. Background, Zi Wen, and Li are an older couple from Chicago of Chinese heritage. Both retired. They are traveling home after combining a holiday with visiting their 6th and newest grandchild. When asked, Lee maintains they are traveling by train because at their age, they aren't in a hurry any longer. However, Ziwan is incredibly superstitious, and he was told at the beginning of his journey that flying would bring bad luck to him and his family. After seeing a white cat on the way home, being stopped at 4 traffic lights, and receiving a clock in the post as a gift from a well-meaning American friend, he decided to listen to the omens and not to chance the luck of his beloved Lee or the health of the newest family addition. Both Lee and Zi-Wan are quiet but friendly and love children. Their biggest sadness is that their family is scattered around the country. Evidence. Zi-Wan and Lee are sat halfway down the car in a booth facing each other. Lee was particularly engaged with Liam Williams, who was supposed to be sitting in the booth behind Zi-Wan, but frequently escaped his parents and sister to run around making a pest of himself. He also confirmed that she had complained about the couple in the opposite booth, who she considered to be behaving inappropriately in a public place and in front of the children. Staff report that the couple were friendly and mostly no trouble, but they did have a lot of heavy luggage, smuggling dead bodies. Upon examination, their luggage contained a lot of bottles and vials, which the couple maintained were secret Chinese traditional remedies for a variety of ailments they suffered from. We are awaiting confirmation from the lab. They're all legal drugs. Alright, next location. We're going to Moss and Mink at Moss and Mink. Here at Moss and Mink, another place featured in MadPea games, they have little dioramas, which again, as I've mentioned before, I love these things because it results in a unified appearance. So if you're looking to do a whole room as one thing, having little dioramas like this makes it so much easier. And I love stuff like this. So let's go towards the babe, which is off in this direction. Also, what is that? What is this thing? That's cool. I'm not sure what it does, but that's really cool looking. Also, there's a hidden thing right here. I'm not sure if that means anything. Alright, let's go towards the babe. Yeah, see, stuff like this, if you're looking for a computer desk, really well done one. They have two kinds. This is one of their newer things that they put together. So we got that one. We got this one. Both very cool. Got dining room sets. They still got the turkey one here. I could go for some turkey. Some turkey and, oh yes, candied yams. Oh, for Thanksgiving I ate a whole pan of that stuff. Delicious. If you never had candied yams, you should. Just do it. You owe yourself that. Probably not a good idea if you have diabetes, but, you know, have a little. I don't have diabetes. It's like really pretty. Whoa, lag spike. Really pretty living room sets like this one. That's pretty awesome. There's another cool one. Oh, I walked straight past it. Alright. Where are you? Okay, you're over here. Oh, there's the block. Go click on it. Alright, for the block we have a triangle, a cat, a 2. I think that's a W. Got a Z. And a question mark. Over here, we got hanging baubles for the prize. We'll get to that later. And we have the day 11 clue. So what is that? Oh, and the detail for this one is actually a little different. This witness has a criminal record. I should speak to Nurse Velma Ratchet at the Peatonville Emergency Hospital. It gives a MadPea link, so we'll be going to that next. Kristen Park, age 37, gender female, 5 foot 5 inches, 150 pounds, address 1883 Brown Street, Danville, California, 94526, occupation nurse. Father's name, Elijah Park. Mother's name, Sarah Jane Park. Background, making the journey from Danville, California to Chicago for a job interview. Nurse Kristen Park traveled light with only a small carry-on which contained a single change of clothes, her purse, and some toiletries. Though her personal social media footprint was small, there is a great deal of information on Miss Park online. Specifically in news articles and crime magazines, the label her an angel of mercy on her arrest record is 1 conviction for 3 counts of manslaughter. Evidence throughout the entire journey, Miss Park was observed walking the length of the train car aisle and back again to her seat at a steady pace by the MadPea Express P34 crew and other passengers. She was said to be smiling pleasantly the entire time and often paused to exchange kind words with anyone who hailed her. The exception to this peaceful interlude was a brief but very loud and vulgar conversation with Chuck Lewis, who was asked by the MadPea Express P34 crew members that ran forward to contain the situation to refrain from contact with Miss Park for the remainder of the trip. The same Mr. Lewis has asserted that Kristen was seen chatting with Emma Hunter near the front of the train car only minutes before the blackout. When asked about the conversation with Hunter, Miss Park claimed that they were speaking about their respective Christmas plans and that the delay was the reason she was found huddled in the aisle near seat 4 when the lights finally came back on. She further insisted it was her experience as a nurse that led her to checking on Miss Hunter, feeling the other one was too still and too quiet. Her immediate attempts at CPR were hailed as heroic by her fellow passengers, though Miss Park expressed regret that her actions did nothing to prevent the death of Emma Hunter. Note, the conviction of voluntary manslaughter or euthanasia is a red flag that warrants further investigation, as is the leniency of her sentencing. The crimes for which Miss Park was found guilty generally bring a minimum of 14 years in jail each. However, Kristen walked free and completely clear in only 7 years. Because more than 5 years have passed since Miss Park served her time, she's now eligible to reacquire a nursing accreditations and will once again have access to the narcotics that she favored when performing her acts of mercy. While no evidence of injection were found on the body of Miss Hunter prior to a full autopsy, detainment and further investigation of Miss Park is recommended. Also recommended is an exploratory visit to her former place of employment, Peatonville Emergency Hospital. Contact with her previous manager, Nurse Velma Ratchet, should prove beneficial to the investigation. So let's go talk to Miss Ratchet. Here we are at the hospital, and there's Nurse Ratchet. Not going to click on her just yet because I want to have a look around the hospital. Apparently she's playing a game of some sort. What you got there? Got a MadPea cup. And a document. It's on the printer. Can't read that. Alright. Got some influenza stuff. Can't read that. Trust me, I'm way better than your internet search. It's for respiratory protection program toolkit. Oh, we got someone choice. Delicious Japanese do-it-yourself. Yummy magazine. Cool. What is this? Make your own bacon. Slow cooker dishes. Easy Easter brunch. Sounds pretty good. Search has ended for missing teenager lovers. Andrew Wise Motel closing down as owners die under mysterious circumstances. Is this clickable? Looks like it's clickable. Can't get it to do anything though. Cover your cough. Clean your hands. Stop being a nasty person. Full of nasty. What is this? Drafts can't dance. Crayons and stuff. Prevent the flu. Wash yourself occasionally. Well, architecture. Alright. Can I go in here? No entry. Alright. Nope. Got some files behind you. Alright, let's talk to her. Hi.
Here are the files, but you won't find anything more in them than the detectives who helped convict her before. Honestly, she's not a bad person. She was helping those patients escape the pain. Yeah, I know. She shouldn't have, but her heart was in the right place, and it's not like they were ever going to get better. Rumor has it that there was nothing wrong with Miss Hunter's health, so Kristen wouldn't have done anything to her. There was no reason to.
Well, we've earned an achievement, a nose for clues. A true detective follows the clues wherever they may lead. I guess I can click on the file. Is that a thing I can do? Click. Can I click on your drink?
Here are the files, but you won't find anything more in them than the detectives who helped convict her before. Honestly, she's not a bad person.
Nope.
She was helping those patients escape the pain. Yeah, I know. She shouldn't have, but her heart was in the right place, and it's not like they were ever going to get better. Rumor has it that there was nothing wrong with Miss Hunter's health, so Kristen wouldn't have done anything to her. There was no reason to.
I'm going to play with your lamp. Does this annoy you? Alright, so this is... Oh, wait. I can click on this? What is this? Oh, that just changes the note. Well, we do have a lot more boxes to open on this train, so... Of course, it's not going to end this early. Looks like the next location is going to be... Rowan Wood, 5 Blades. That is so cute. Look at him. Let's see if I can get a close up. It's the cat on a Roomba. It's a Christmas Roomba. A Christmas cat. It's perfect. Roomba cats. Got another one over here. This one's a little tiger. Hold still. That is adorable. Kenai has Roomba. I might just have to get one. I think they might have one that looks like Derpy. I think they sell them around here. I'm not sure. I know one of the participating places for MadPea sells them. I can't remember which one. Oh, cool. This place is very pretty. Rowanwood. And it looks like they have redecorated it for Christmas. So this is a fantasy setting featured in previous MadPea games. Last one being Green Mire. A ton of fantasy stuff here, and the sim itself is very pretty. So if you want to go to a pretty sim that look at really well designed stuff, they got that there here in spades all over the place. Let's see what the boxes are. Is there an ornament in there? Yep. Ornament box. Fallen Gods Inc. Flesh for Fantasy. Cool. Alright, but our beep is over that way somewhere. What is that? Is that more? Are those... Is this frozen? Okay. Apparently we have penguins. Come here, Miss Penguin. I want to take a look at you. Okay, that one's twirling too much. Let me go over here. Oh, there's adorables. Hello, Mr. Penguin. Alright, so it is multi-leveled, but I think we're close to it. Oh, here we are. There we go. I found the block. Okay, so for the block we have a triangle, we have a P and a beer, we have a 9, I'm pretty sure that's a P, we have a G, and a percent sign. So, more clues for stuff. We have a snow globe, a Jolly Snow Globe HUD. So we'll put that in prizes. And we got a case file for Anna Gray. So let's find out what's the deal with her. Alright. Name, Anna Gray, age 54, gender female, height 5 foot 11 inches, weight 155 pounds, address 3113 Mindle Lane, apartment 221, Hunterville, California, 90119, occupation, writer, father's name, unknown, not named, mother's name, Hetty Suzuki? Is this Jessica Fletcher? Murder, She Wrote? Background, traveling to Chicago from a writer's retreat in Salt Lake City, Utah, due to the sudden death of her mother. Anna Gray was using her legal alias, Wilhelmina Parkins, in an attempt to avoid fans on the way to the funeral. Though purported to own many websites, blogs, and book review sites that are actually run by the marketing staff of very popular books printed and sold incorporated, Ms. Gray's personal social media footprint is almost negligible, with only a few photo sharing sites and one blog about cats. There are no arrests on record for Ms. Gray. However, she is on the watch list for several agencies due to her internet search history regarding various means of murder, torture, and the panicked call from her local librarian when she inquired how long it would take to burn someone alive before they were too incoherent to speak. Evidence alone in the allotment in seat 32, Anna Gray kept mostly to herself and was witnessed by the MadPea Express P-34 crew praying quietly for most of the trip. Despite the self-imposed exile during the trip, brought on by her grief, Miss Gray was able to mention several things of interest to the case. She pointed out that Joe Rossi was not the only male paying close attention to Emma Hunter, and suggested that Luis Rodriguez be looked closely into. Furthermore, Miss Gray insisted that whoever killed that poor dear was likely someone with practical knowledge in poisons. She promptly pinched her nose and sighed, claiming that she had nothing to do with the murder despite her extensive knowledge in murder and mayhem. Ms. Gray says that any writer worth their ink knows how to kill the person sitting next to them 30 different ways and how to cover the evidence, but that never means they are actually guilty. Notes: though it is difficult to believe that the beloved author of the Murder Ain't My Bag series is truly capable of taking a life, further investigation into Miss Anna Gray is recommended. The loud praying heard from her seat allotment during the blackout could have easily been reproduced by a tape recorder, as she herself suggested. So yes, we have a murder she wrote, or a murder possibly. No lead up after that. So let's go to the next location. The Half Moon Market in Old Salem. Here we are at the Half Moon Market. Much of cool stuff in here. Ton of gotchas, so they got you money. Fantasy stuff. All kinds of different kinds of fantasy stuff. And I appear to be standing on the location I need to be. Is it on the table? Nope. All kinds of fantasy stuff. Are you under the table? Yep, there you are. Alright. Poke. Accept. Alright, so we had a blue square. The filigree, I don't know. 10. I think that's a Q. Might be an O, I'm not sure. That's either a Y or an H. There's that thing again, and an ampersand. For stuff that we picked up a chocolate peppermint holiday cake box. That sounds delicious. And we also have the Chuck Lewis case file, so we'll put that in clues. Alright. Name, Chuck Lewis, age 32, gender male, height 6 foot 2 inches, 210 pounds, 1347 Alcatraz Island, San Francisco, California, 94133. Occupation, truck driver, father's name Arthur Lewis, mother's name Carol Lewis. Background, forced to take the train when his semi-truck broke down in Danville. Chuck Lewis was traveling from San Francisco to Chicago during the holidays for reasons he refused to disclose. and without informing his parole officer. Uh-oh. While he has no social media footprint, Mr. Lewis has an extensive arrest record covering everything from petty larceny to sexual assault. Well, isn't he a special one? Evidence. From the very beginning of the journey, Mr. Lewis made a nuisance of himself with passengers and the MadPea Express P-34 crew by verbally harassing staff, making vulgar comments towards any female that came into his line of sight, and getting into a shouting match with a one Kristen Park. Furthermore, Mr. Lewis was repeatedly found loitering near the female restrooms, almost coming to blows with one of the MadPea Express 34 crew when asked to return to his seat. While Chuck Lewis was forthcoming about the many interactions he witnessed had by Emma Hunter and other passengers, he refused to divulge any information on his own dealing with the victim. However, Miss Antonia Howard, seat allotment 37, claims that Mr. Lewis whispered something to Emma Hunter near the restrooms that left the woman visibly shaken and pale as she returned to her seat. Immediately upon his cursory background check, Mr. Chuck Lewis was taken into custody for violation of parole. He will be transferred to Meyerfield Penitentiary to serve the remaining 10 years of his converted sentence. He will also be awaiting trial for the assault of the officer who is charged with taking him into custody. Further investigation into the many-time convict in regards to the murder of Emma Hunter is suggested. So we definitely like him for the crime, but there is no special place for this guy, so nothing to check out on yet. Let's go to the next location. We're going to the Green Mire at Neogene. So there is the Green Mire. That is another game that MadPea currently has going on. Yeah, definitely worth your lindens. I do, of course, recommend that you play the Believer path first, the orange one on the right, before you do the Skeptic one on the left, because there's definite spoilers in the Skeptic one. And at 500 lindens each for a total of 1,000 lindens, it makes for a really fun time. I really enjoyed it. But we're looking for a beep, so let's go find that beep, which is right here, so we didn't have to go very far. Are you sitting on it? Did you eat the block, or is it the block up here? So I'm standing right next to it. Oh, there it is. Alright, so we have a triangle, a fishy, 22, I think that's a C, a T, and a percentile. For prizes, we have MadPea Candy Cane Lights, very nice. And we have Luis Rodriguez for the next case file. Let's have a look at him. Name Luis Rodriguez, age 38, gender male, height 5'9", weight 210 pounds, address 2324 Pine Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60606. Occupation, IT consultant. Father's name, Carlos Rodriguez. Mother's name, Maria Rodriguez. background is a lonely IT consultant who is devoted to his sick mother. His father passed away 15 years ago. He lives at home and spends a lot of time on dating websites, but is usually too shy to meet girls. He is very quiet, and most people think he's a bit odd. Colleagues at work have stopped trying to set him up with girls since an incident with Janet from accounts, which resulted in her getting a restraining order against him. He's returning from a technology conference in California and anxious about his mother because he hasn't left her alone for any period of time since she became ill. Evidence: Mr. Rodriguez was sitting in seat 36. Earlier in the journey, he confirmed that he was chatting to the victim as she was having problems with her laptop. He helped her with those issues, but says he was too shy to have much more of a conversation with her, even though she tried to engage him with chat. He also said that although he was sitting some distance from the victim, he saw exchanges with Mr. Joe Rossi. Despite saying that he was concerned for her, he didn't intercede because he thought that the staff should have said something. He commented that Miss Hunter might still be alive if someone had stopped Mr. Rossi earlier. Staff report that he was mostly quiet but was visibly upset and anxious at the power outage and subsequent delay. Notes: inquiries confirmed that Miss Janet Allen of 2290 St. Helen Drive, Chicago, currently has an active restraining order which prevents Mr. Rodriguez from being any closer than 200 meters. I guess that date did not go well. Onward to the next location. And that is Chismoy Furnitures at Wild World Objective. A lot of cool stuff here. My FPS is presently in the single digits though, and we do have to head into the lag, so it's going to be a little rough. Some stuff is probably not going to res, but as you can see, there's a lot of nice stuff here. So if you're looking for in-home or out-home decorations, they got plenty here for you. Definitely give it a see, especially if you have a better computer than the one I have. So let's wade our way through the lag and make our way to the beat. This place has been featured on other MadPea games. I can see they got my favorite thing, Prim food. You can't eat it. It serves absolutely no purpose in Second Life at all. But if it's well detailed, it just looks so good. I like it a lot. I like Prim food a lot. That's a nice bagel. That's a nice big bagel. Big old bagel. Got some more food over here. Oh, well, we jumped up to 2-digit FPS. Yay. Alright, let's got fruit stand, some carrots, bananas, and apples, and other stuff. Let me re-res my hat. There we go. It's in this direction. Uh-oh. I know something else that has food on it. Let's go over this way. Try not to push it too hard because, as I mentioned, there's some lag here, mainly because my computer is a potato. Here's some more food for you. I think we've got some bread, some cheese. There's a strawberry. Oh, yes. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Oh, what is that thing? giant donut or something. I like donuts, especially giant ones. Got steak and some bushy sprouts. You got some sausage and some corn and mashed taters. Yeah, it's the little details that are really cool. You can touch it, change texture, and there's some other stuff. And there's a grocery bag. Is this? I'm guessing this is a table that reses all this stuff. They got a thing you can cook some burgers and other stuff on over here. I would eat all of that. All of that would be eaten. Alright, let's go this way. There's some gotchas where they'll get you money. So for gotchas, looks like we have a billiard day one. We got a sunset patio. Gotcha sleep tight, various beds. Gotcha comfort and joy, so a sitting place for your outside, or you could use it inside living room. Gotcha travel trunk with stuff that comes along with it. You can get one that comes with a kitty or a puppy. Gotcha happy dreams. Wearable ultralight planes gotcha. Float ski gotcha. Get an ice cream one, or a rainbow, or a watermelon. Gotcha raft navy. Gotcha pool bed. Gotcha outdoor breezy. Gotcha beach day. Hasn't resed yet, but I can see some chairs and surfboard and a lifeguard post and a beach shower. So there you are. Gotcha vintage patio. Some candy pumpkins. Gotcha lyrics deluxe with pianos. Waiting for Riz, waiting for Riz, waiting for Riz, waiting for Riz. Okay. We got some decorations there. The heart ones are really cool. The bunny love. Oh, I definitely want the cat's family. It's cute. Alright, we have outdoor day bed multi-poses. So that's pretty nice. We got an Xmas gotcha. Gotcha my little garden. Pool party gotcha. Comes the shark floaty. The pool does. And woodland gotcha key. And right there's the block. Some Christmas decor in the Day 15 case file. For the block, looks like we have a blue square, a doggy, a 7, an R, an E, and a $, or an S. However you want to take it. For stuff, we got the Christmas decor. We'll check that out later. And we got 2 things for the Howard Russell file, so let's take those, stick them in the clues, do the first one. We're almost at the bottom of the list of all the passengers. Read carefully. All right. I will do some reading once I can see stuff to read. There we go. Okay. Name Antonia Howard, age 44, gender female, height 5 foot 8 inches, weight 155 pounds, address 4128 Richards Avenue, Oakdale, California, 95361. Occupation, restaurateur. Father's name, Jacob Howard. Mother's name, Ines Howard. Name, James Russell, age 40, gender male, height 6 foot, weight 178 pounds, address 4128 Richards Avenue, Oakdale, California, 95361. Occupation, dentist. Father's name, Raymond Russell. Mother's name, Abby Cochist. Background: traveling from Oakdale, California to Chicago to attend a Christmas munch, Antonia Howard and James Russell used the aliases Remy Taylor and Martha Hennessy for a majority of the journey, only revealing their legal names and the nature of the gathering they planned to attend during the investigation. The social media footprints of both Miss Howard and Mr. Russell are extensive, ranging from the normal social sharing sites to the extreme alternative lifestyle blogs. There are no arrests on file for Miss Howard. However, Mr. Russell has 2 arrests for drunken disorderly at a club called the Chained Rose. Evidence: seemingly model passengers until the events following the blackout. Ms. Howard and Miss Russell were observed in quiet but passionate conversation with several people throughout the night. There were no complaints made about the couple at those times, despite the very visible fervor in which they spoke. When questioned about these discussions, most passengers showed signs of embarrassment, insisting there was no connection between the talks and the case. Mr. Russell claimed there was nothing suspicious about honest and open communication between consenting adults, and that the investigation was focusing in all the wrong places. He added that the private communication between Mr. Howard and Miss Hunter was merely an invitation to a private gathering of like minds at a semi-exclusive club. At the utterance of those words, Miss Howard ordered Mr. Russell to shut up, then pointed out the behavior of Mr. Lewis and suggested he be looked into as an obvious bad actor. Further questioning of Mr. Russell proved futile, as he refused to utter another word, even when threatened with charges of obstructing a police investigation. Miss Howard also refused to comply and immediately requested a lawyer when pressed. What are you hiding? Notes: though no one passenger or MadPea Express P-34 crew observed the couple near Emma Hunter, there was a physical suggestion of contact, a club flyer, the same club flyer as those found in the suitcases of Mr. Russell and Miss Howard, along with some rather unique paraphernalia that made it obvious why the couple were traveling by train. The various metal apparatus and restraints would not have passed the inspections that are mandatory these days, despite the obvious adherence to SSC displayed by the couple. The presence of the flyer and the refusal to cooperate with the investigation can only lead to a recommendation of further investigation into Miss Howard and Mr. Russell. A sweep of the Chained Rose is also recommended. For our next destination, we are going to Fentivar and Moonstruck in Dandelion. Let's go find that beep. Yeah, Fantavar, you can get lots of really cool medieval stuff, fantasy stuff, outdoorsy stuff. Look at cute miniature mice with balloons and presents. They are adorable. The sim itself usually has some kind of hunt going on. They have... Oh, there's a block. Alright, that didn't take long. So check that out too. But this is a nice place to get your fantasy on. Alright, for the block, we have a circle, a flower, a 1, an X, a Y, and a heart. And for prizes, we have the wood sphere on a pedestal. So put that in there. And we have a case file for day 16. Name, Shanice Smith, age 27, gender female, height 5'9", weight 132 pounds, address 228 Tully Street, Detroit, MI 48219, occupation administrator, father's name Billy James Rayford, mother's name Tina Smith. Background, Miss Smith is traveling between 2 beauty pageants on the MadPea Express P34. She works for an agency as a temporary administrator, which funds her lifestyle on the pageant circuit. She states that she has been competing since she was 12 years old, but when asked about her pageant success, the highlight seems to have been winning Miss Teen Detroit at the age of 15. When not traveling, Miss Smith lives alone in Detroit. She originally refused to give her date of birth to the investigating officers until they reminded her of the seriousness of the incident. Evidence: Miss Smith was sitting in seat 39 at the opposite end of the carriage, with her back to all of the other passengers. She boarded with a lot of luggage, and the MadPea Express crew noted that she made a lot of fuss until she was finally settled in her seat. She also refused to stow a large vanity case, which she insisted on putting on the adjacent seat. After this, she appeared to spend most of the journey applying makeup or reading fashion magazines, but she did not appear to be particularly upset about the delay caused by the power outage. She reports that she did not engage with any of the other passengers, including the creepy, staring weirdo sitting behind her, Luis Rodriguez, in seat 36. Ms. Smith also confirmed that she didn't talk to the victim at any point, nor did she see or hear the argument with Mr. Rossi, stating, "If that girl was pretty, it's no wonder. Men are dogs." Notes: Shanice Smith has no criminal convictions on file. Standard finance checks indicate that her touring and competing lifestyle may be beyond her modest means, but no evidence exists indicating that she may have been involved in the crime. Unless any other issues emerge, we do not believe at this stage that Miss Smith was involved in this incident. I am jealous of her tits. Those are some really nice ones. All right, let's go to the next location. And that one's going to be Zombie Suicide in the Cult District. Every time I come here, I just love the colors. I love the dark and the purple. It's just so pretty. So I know I've said it quite a few times, hats off to Zombie Suicide and their taste in color the beauty in darkness, as it were, because it is really, really pretty. So obviously this is a place where you can buy dark fantasy, dark gothic, Halloween-y type stuff to wear or decorate your home with. Looks like I have some stuff in here. Midnight Manias, that's pretty cool. They got a nose ring, they got a choker, they got an earring. I can't wear any of these, but you might be able to, so come on over here and get some. All kinds of... Oh, they got these too. I did not know that. Alright, so these are lucky letters. Midnight Mania is if they fill up the requirement for the Midnight Mania to pop off. So you get 45 people to click on the choker per se at midnight. It chooses a person at random, so it's kind of like a free lottery type deal. These, if you are a resident of Second Life and your name matches what's posted there, you can click on it. So if the necklace thing was a Z, I click on it and yay, I get a necklace. So that's pretty cool. So they got these here, but they also have VIP group gifts, and they have benefits for being a VIP. So if you plan on doing lots of dark gothic, dark fantasy stuff, you'll have one-time fee of 200 lindens, 25% off every purchase, so definitely worth it. VIP free gifts, VIP only boards, VIP only lucky boards, info and updates, ask questions in group, and more. And a lot of these places have stuff like that, so it's a fairly common thing to have group benefits. So when you go to some of these places, be sure to check out if they have any group offers, because most of them do. And you can get all kinds of really cool stuff for just joining the group. I have this thing about nose rings. I don't get them. They annoy the shit out of me. I mean, to each their own. I don't know. Not my thing. But this is silly. Stick a mustache up your nose. I just figure the first time you sneeze, it'd be like, ugh, all covered in boogers. There's a kitty! The adorable... I think my wife has one in Second Life. I have no piercings myself. I used to have my right ear pierced. Apparently there's a blog and birthday sale going on. Some other stuff. Oh, there's a kitty. I get a kitty. That kitty has no fur. Need to get that kitty a coat. These scotches. Yeah, these are gotchas. Oh, cool. We all love the gotchas. They get your monies. That's a cute little thing. Get some pillow pits. Pets pillows. Yeah, kitties and bunnies and doggies. Yeah, vibrator for between your boobs. Titty toys. It's always fun to check out the gotchas because they just gotchas have really high quality items. It's random, but it's usually inexpensive. So if you get copies, you can always just give them away, or you can sell them on Marketplace. I usually don't end up buying anything because my prims are limited, so anything I buy I usually can't like put anywhere, but it is still fun. Oh, that's adorable. It is still fun to look. Oh, kitty planners. Succulent gotchas. I like the yellow one, the purple one too, and the black one, and all of them, because they're all kitties. There's a pupper in here. Hello, pupper. Where are you going? You're running away. Oh, I see the block. There it is. I'm still going to do a walkabout so you can kind of see it, because, again, I really like the decor here. I'm into dark fantasy purples and stuff like that. Alright, let's click on the block. Oh, we're going to get to read about Joe Rossi finally. Alright, so the block, we got a red X, got an E20, the flower, R, and a dollar sign. Alright, for prizes, we got ornament earrings, stick that in there, and we have, for clues, well, this one's a little different. We have a search warrant, Joe Rossi, so this is interesting. Add. The behavioral science unit examined the tapes of Mr. Rossi's interrogation and was convinced he was hiding something. Mr. Rossi was sent to a lie detector test that he didn't pass. It's uncertain if he is involved in the murder of Emma Hunter, and it's taken some time to get through his lawyers, as they have advised him to give no further comments. We have just received a search warrant from Las Vegas Judge Sandra Smith and should do a thorough search through the premises at Neogene and the address. And I can't read anything on the search warrant. But cool, we're going to another location. I'm not sure what we're looking for, so this will be another instance of clicking on stuff until we find something. This is being staged in a skybox, and is an excellent example of how you can put together a set piece that does not have to be complete in order to be immersive. I've often done this quite a bit in making previous sets. So if you see a bunch of stuff in here that you might want to buy, just right click on the item and do an edit to see what it is and where you can get it. With nice high quality mesh stuff. So that's quite the mushkle. Hogwarts video down there. Here, let me do this. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed your TV. I can hear somebody finding stuff. What do we got down here? Oh, we have some Tiats. Touch magazine. Top 10 spiciest Latina porn stars. Those are some nice ones. Hopefully mine will be as nice. What else we got? Is there anything under the bed? Dead bodies or something? I want to say in one of the games there was actually a dead body under the bed. I can't remember. It was a monster under the bed. Oh. Nice charcoal drawing. I think that's charcoal. That's quite the collection of hats. I wonder if they play Team Fortress 2. The game of hats. 'Tis a silly game. Here's a picture of me 100 pounds ago. Those things are actually dangerous, by the way. If you look up the stats on those things, they actually kill more people than crocodiles over in Africa. Because they can actually move pretty quick, and they can snap you in half with their jaws. So not the friendly little waddling water pig you think they are. They will fuck you up. AKA kill you. Desk, no clues here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to be clicking on stuff, aren't I? Whoops. Did I click on this? No. So busy just looking at junk. Some of these are interactive, so it's kind of like, I don't want to pop up menu after menu. Okay, so there's no clickies in here. No obvious clickies anyway. Oh, let me check under the bench. Nothing under the bench. Alright. There's a ghost over here, rocking back and forth. It's the haunted chair. Oh, okay. I stopped it from rockins. And here's my favorite thing. Prim food, prim food. Oh, delicious prim food. Can't taste it, but that's okay. I like it anyway. Prim food. I think this is toast with an egg on it. Yeah, there. Oh, that looks delicious. Just might have to have some egg sandwiches tomorrow. Not. It's supposed to be on my diet, but I ate like 6 wieners today. They were cheddar brats. They were so delicious. Trying to lose weight. Being on a diet kind of sucks. This looks like a clicky. Nothing to see here. Okay. Never mind. Apparently, Apple Fall's opening soon, 2018. Should be open by now. You can go there. Is there a severed head in the oven? No, can't get in there. So we got some steaks. What is that? This pan here. Weird. Recipe for love. Ingredients: 1 cup of romance, 1 pinch of humor, 2 spoonfuls of joy, 1 pound of compatibility, 3 tablespoons of trust, 1 cup of respect, half a pound of sharing, 1 zest of tenderness, and 3/4 cup of patience. And about 12 gallons of communication. I need to add that to the ingredients too. Definitely need to keep communicating. Helps with the old relationship stuff. These are kind of neat. I've seen these before. Outside of Second Life. Al has a bunch of them stuck to her desk, storing pills and knickknacks and junk. They come in pretty convenient. A cocktail bar, that sounds pretty nice. Don't know about the green one, but the orange one and the blue one are definitely interesting. I could go for those. I meant to pick up some wine. Totally forgot. I will need to do that. So we have some wine to break in the new year and Christmas. Actually, that's what I should do today. I'm filming this at 6:20 in the morning. So I should go out to an alcohol place and pick up some alcohol of some kind. Liquor machine. This man knows his liquor. Yeah, I think if you have a liquor vending machine in your own home, you just might have a problem. You just might. Not sure. Needs confirmation, but you just might have a problem. Just saying. I don't know. To each their own vice, I suppose. But yeah, I should go out and get some alcohol. Okay, I think this is a theme. We found some nice tits on some porn down in the bedroom down there, and we found some more porn here. Nothing wrong with porn. I enjoy porns. When I have boobs and look a little bit more sexy, I would post some amateur porn to Pornhub. This one is Penthouse. Looks like it's in German. She is very pretty. Can't see anything though. Can't really click on it either, so I'm not sure if that's a clickable. I mean, nope, can't click on it. Definitely likes boxing paraphernalia. That's a pretty cool statue / bar. What we got down here? Well, we got MadPea's best hits. Some of their best hits anyway. Zodiac Killer. Unia, which is a really big one. Enjoyed that. Some of these I don't recognize because I wasn't filming them at the time. Chaos Effect, I did see that. Collector, that was another nice one. What's this? Is that a boxing belt? Kind of neat. Here we have the beer fridge. Kind of a neat thing to have for your living room. So this guy definitely likes to drink. He has a hard liquor dispenser down there. A beer fridge up here. I like wine. I drinks the wines. Old-timey camera. I really need to get one of these. Put on my camera mount. Make filming a little bit easier. Control lighting and whatnot. I suppose if you're going to collect sneakers, which I think is quite silly, but if you're going to collect sneakers, you might as well put them to good use. What time is it? It's Nike o'clock. If you do it right, the sneakers will have numbers on them, so you can actually tell the time. I like digital clocks. Still not sure what we're looking for, but I heard some beeps and a door open and stuff. Yes, definitely do that. What am I looking for? I'm not sure. So you couldn't really click on the porn mags. And this door doesn't open, so... Gotta be something clickable around here. Whoa! straight through the ceiling. Okay, this has got to be clickable. See if I can get right on top of it. No, it won't let me click it. Let me get right down to it. Nope. Penthouse, and it's just a thing. All right. No, the MadPea stuff isn't clickable. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Let's see. All right. Here's something interesting. Joe's private collection. Faye, Blush, Baby G, Kiana, Sangi. We got some porns. These are very intimate tapes of several women that Joe seems to have filmed. Emma Hunter is not in them, however. It's quite unlikely the women in these tapes even know of them. If that's the case, Mr. Rossi will be looking into doing some time. We are interrogating him more for these tapes, but we're crossing him off the list of suspects to Miss Hunter's murder. Congratulations, you've earned the achievement Dirty Discovery. You found Mr. Rossi's private adult tapes. You may view all of your achievements here at that website. Nothing wrong with making your own porn. There's plenty of interesting porn over on Pornhub. Consent is a thing, though. So if you're going to be making some porn with somebody else, make sure they know. Or at least make it very obvious that the camera is obviously there. But making some porn can be fun. I plan on making some of my own porn at some point. There's a lot of trophies around here. Just trophy collector. He has a lot of trophies and a lot of hats. So he has to be a Team Fortress 2 player. Just has to be at this point. Dispenser here. Oh, there's the dispenser. He has a dispenser. An alcohol dispenser, but still a dispenser. Okay, so TF2 confirmed. Let's go to the next location. We are going to Vain Lyrics. Here we are at Vain. Bunch of pliers and cool stuff for your face. Try not to turn around because there's a huge lag monster behind me. But we'll have to because the block is off to the right. I like the sign. It's pretty cool. This little rug with the light on it. It's pretty neat too. See if you want to make some mods to your face and to your body. They have pliers for that too. They got you covered here. Oh, that one's cool. Burnt circuit. Nice. I could totally see that combined with some kind of sci-fi dress up. Oh, by the way, This, of course, is a part of the Green Mire Hunt. And one of the prizes for the Green Mire Hunt is this. The Bold Believer. A cute little action figure from Backbone. She is adorable. She's currently in my inventory because I don't have a place to put her, but that's one of the cool prizes you can get from that hunt. So I would definitely play that game where you're hunting around for clues and stuff. And there's the block. That's a nice Christmas tree. All right, clicky clack. Okay. Add. Let's click on the block. Clicky clack. Accept that, accept that, accept that. On this block we have a blue square, a flower, a 16, an I, a U, or that could also be an N, and a plus sign. Looks like we got some of the lights and frostbite from the vein. Let's put that in the prizes. Looks like we got another search warrant, so that'll be pretty cool. Might be going to another location. Yep, we are. Cool. June Collins and Zach Clark are strong suspects in this case. The forensic team is convinced that the series of accidents and coincidences that occurred before the events of the blackout could not be genuine. A possible Bonnie and Clyde duo has been suggested, with one of the act a distraction and the other committing the crime. The search warrant covers the co-ed dorm of the suspects, limited to and including any and all D&D paraphernalia. A detailed search of the site at the following address is recommended. Yeah, them D&Ds. Oh, it's dead devil worships. Oh, it's a wild and crazy game. I am, of course, joking. I have played D&D before. I'm a fan of Critical Role. I played in a campaign for Rolemaster, which is another role-playing game. I've created a role-playing game myself, which is called Joker's, a game of cards and characters. Okay, this door is locked. This door is also locked. So role-playing games, nothing weird about them. They're just interactive storytelling. And they're a lot of fun. So if you never tried one, you should give it a try, because it can lead to a lot of cool stuff. You know, new friends, discovery of hobbies that you might have an interest in, like cosplay, costume design, art, definitely, storytelling, of course. Create your own role-playing game. There's plenty of people who've done that, including myself. All kinds of creative writing opportunities. Beer crate. Somebody has a party planned. party. Party harder. I got some cute kitties up here. Adorables. God. We need to get a hat like that for Derpy. I'll have to check it out on Amazon. She will absolutely hate it. Oh, so cute! So cute! Click on you. These cute little kittens are not your clue, but why not? Why can't they be my clue? Take them home with me. They're so adorbs. This is another skybox set piece. So, again, illustrating that you can shoot off scene in a location that is just a skybox and have it be really immersive. It's really nice. We can do it! There's MadPea's Mad World. Pretty fun. If you've never been there before, I very much recommend it. Also, an excellent way of accessing all the different games they have going on. This is clickable. MadPea World. Oh, wow, I should visit Mad World. Indeed, you should. It's been featured on many a game that I've played of MadPea's. We have one of the writers from MadPea. Suspected of monster wrangling, Keanu Ryder, MadPea Queen, seen creating brilliant and devious puzzle contraptions and laying out monster bait. If spy do not approach, suspect is considered intelligent and dangerous. For any information to your nearest MadPea service representative. I've actually talked to her on multiple occasions because Zara is not always that good at games, so sometimes it need a little helps. I can be a little derp sometimes. Derp. Where's the clue? Oh, it's right in front of me. Wow. I've only been staring right at it for the last hour. Anyway. Oh, we have a green Meyer board here. Aliens have abductions? Sigh, what a nut. Wait, what is Area 52? Oh. Well, there's a little clicky here. What is this? Hopefully just a decor piece and not an indication of belief in aliens. They stole it. They stole the sign. I love this desk. I have to keep prims low at where I live, though, so kind of can't do invests. Some sites in the browser history labeled as subversive, but no concrete or incriminating evidence in regards to Miss Emma Hunter. You got a little unicorn dragon up here. Okay, it's not a unicorn. It looks like a horsey. It is adorables. I love the computer. I so need a new computer. We'll find out where my standing with that is by the end of next month. Hoping to get a new computer this year. This year meaning 2020. That's so cool. Anarchy could be a clue. Could also just be the name of a wrestler I know. That's really neat. Got reflections and stuff. Can I click on that? Oh, cool. Nothing of interest in this desk. Could they really be innocent? Yes, they could. When I get to locations like this, I poke around a little bit so I kind of know what to expect. Just pretend they are willows and move on. What do we got here? Pussy radar, money, submission support, selective memory, friendship, XXX fantasies, distant possibilities. Those are not lilies. Pretty sure that's cock and vagina. Art or too many funny cigarettes? Art! It's always art. A lot of stuff to click on in here. Oh, I got a Groot-like thing over here. Click on this. What's this? Okay. Probably not. I would hope that this is just a bookshelf that looks like a radiator, instead of a radiator being used as a bookshelf, because I'm pretty sure that's not safe. Set fire to your books and then your home. That's kind of neat. What the heck is this? Well, I've seen more than one horror movie where that used to be a person. Alien kitty lamp. You make it glows. It's cute. Look at that. All gumdrop. Is there anything behind here? Nope. You got some toast? Make some toast. Some nice shots, but no clues. Music takes a lot of work and thinking. Could this be a clue? I hope not. Music appreciation, indication of murder capability. I think that pretty much makes us all suspects. Oh, we got pills. What is that? I'm trying to click on the pills. Para? What is that? Click? I can't click on the pills. Peel here. I can't click on the pills. So pills kind of not here. They're here and they're not here. They're quantum pills. Quantum pills. What does this symbolize? I don't know. It hasn't rezzed yet. Got some dice over there on the desk. Let me click on those. Click. Glossy white dice, purple dice, gambling, or that D&D thing? Well, this is a standard dice set. We got a 4-sided, we got a 6-sided, we have an 8-sided, we have a percentile dice over there. We have a 12-sided, another percentile dice right there, and a 20-sided. It's all pretty cool. I used to have a lot more gaming stuff. Sold it on eBay because it was just hanging around. I haven't gamed in quite a while. But I have 2 dice sets for my wife and I to use, along with some extra dice. What does this symbolize? Well, it's a rose and a chain. So you could say it's the shackles of love. Yeah, that was a song. Pretty sure. Oh, what's this? Ashtray. Blah. This needs a wash. Doesn't look like wacky tobacco. There's a regular cigarette. Cigarillo. Clicky clack. Now this is the more interesting room. We are greeted by a skeleton warrior. Grrr. I have very little HP usually, and I die after one attack most of the time. What the? Why the hell did he put this here? 'Cause it's cool. That's why. What is that? That's a pretty cool little poster. Got a spinny back there. Oh wow, he's got some consoles. Here, I'm gonna fix your TV. Well, let me type anything in. Oh wait, something's happening. What, tune in? Yeah, there we go. I fixed your TV. But looks like he's got a Nintendo system. I had one of those. PlayStation. I played one of those. Don't have one though. Did have a PlayStation 2 at one point. GameCube. Don't have one of those. Did play one at one point. And the TV's now fixed. Look at that website. There's a brilliant person behind that website. I tell ya. Very talented. We got another vending machine. Oh. Soda vending machine, fancy a sip of the finest pop ever made. Why, yes. I could definitely go for some Mad Cola. Keep calm and carry on. Oh, here we got those D&Ds. Oh, actually, we got some Pathfinder here. Pathfinder role-playing game. Haven't played Pathfinder here. It's kind of similar to what Dungeons and Dragons is. I think the games that I'm most familiar with, not mechanically, really couldn't tell you a whole lot about the mechanics of the games these days. I think the last version of D&D I actually played was 3.5, and then now they're like up to 5 with a bunch of changes. So I could not tell you. The last campaign I was in was in Neverwinter Nights, which I had a lot of fun with, but I think that's 3.5 based, so it may not be relevant at all to the current mechanics. Usually I like to play wizards. I just find them the most versatile and the most relevant to who I am as a person, because I'm small, I'm weak. I like to think I'm smart. I don't know how I rate on the smart scale, but yeah. I don't think I'm stupid. A thorough investigation of the co-ed dorm rooms of the University of Pasadena revealed two individuals obsessed with the game of D&D, Dungeons & Dragons, and very little else. There were no incriminating files on their electronic devices, and despite the legal limit-sized bag of marijuana, there were no other signs of criminal activity in either residence. Despite the claims of the forensic team, June Collins and Zach Clark are innocent of any and all suspicions. They are not responsible for the death of Emma Hunter. Got some neat little dice here. Guess you don't get anything new if you click on stuff. These are really cool. I've always stated that Second Life would be the perfect platform for tabletop RPGs. I actually tried to develop a system of sorts to enable people to do tabletop role-playing in Second Life. Not a lot of people bought it, so it was kind of like a complete waste of time. But they have these now, little mesh miniatures, highly detailed. So with the advent of mesh and just being able to upload models, definitely lead to some gaming opportunities. The ones that I made are, you click on them and the picture changes. But these are full on 3D, and that's really cool. I know next to nothing about Second Life scripting, so I couldn't say how far you could take it. But even if it's just manual manipulation, it certainly opens up some options for doing some games in the Second Lives. That's a creepy little baby angel. Definitely not your Valentine's Day angel. Don't want to get shot by him. I'm actually known by the MadPea staff for my filming of their various games. After I find out they existed, unfortunately I didn't find out they existed until a Mad City reboot, so it wasn't even the original run of Mad City, but it was like a Mad City reboot where they were running it again because it was such a popular one at the time. Oh, I don't think the other one had a door on it. But they had done a... Whoa! Just zoom in there. They were doing a re-release of Mad City. And I had never really played like mystery adventure games in Second Life before, and I played it, and I was instantly just loving it. So that's been one of my regrets about my coverage of MadPea, is that there's been plenty of past opportunities I missed to cover their games. Thankfully, they are re-releasing some of their old content. Oh, this is a dainty little tree. Oh, that's cute. Oh, flamingo. They recently did a clearing out of a bunch of their games to make room for some new ones. One of the ones that they had out for a while was, I believe this one was called The Tower. It should have a name to it. Strange symbol. Okay, nope. But they had one that was called The Tower, I believe. And it was lots of fun. They have little games too, like escape rooms. There's the bunker and the cabin. I filmed those too. I love the storytelling and the immersive worlds they create. Because I've done builds like this before for, past video endeavors when I actually had an acting crew to help me back me up. I don't have that anymore, unfortunately. Otherwise, it'd probably be completing a lot of projects that just aren't getting done because I don't have peoples. I can't play every character. What's this? Is that a pie? I probably will be Oh no, those are M&Ms. Alright, cool. Not old enough to be drinking this? What? Come on, if he's in college, give him a pass. Seriously. Especially when they're reindeer beers. Come on. Don't judge. Got a lot of retro gaming stuff, which is cool. And this looks like the HTC Vive. I've tried out VR. I don't know if how much I like it for a gaming platform because I'm not that big on having to do anything remotely resembling exercise when I'm gaming. But, yeah, if the price goes down enough and becomes more immersive, and I don't have to worry about crashing into things because we have limited room here at Zarrakan Productions Studios, which is just really a small room in our small house. Doesn't spend much time studying for a college kid. Well, maybe he's just smart and he doesn't have to. What's this thing? That'd be pretty cool if this was like a calculator and you could like do math on it and it would do writing on it like you're doing the math. That'd be a neat thing to make in Second Life. There we got some David Bowie. Some potpourri. Some of the same books. Got a cup of Joe. And an airplane landing on my house. Absolute audio control here at ZP Studios. Professional. So professional. Alright, I think we fairly well clicked on everything. A lot of things to click on. Click. That just turns that on and off. But yeah, I really like these miniatures. I know they're just shrunken down versions of large statues, but so many prims one of these things is. Okay, so they're all paired together, but still, that many miniatures with that level of detail for only 10 prims. So I can click on these. These ones are individual. So that's one prim. One prim for this level of detail. That is exceptional. It's really nice. So, I'm not familiar with the tabletop role-playing scene in Second Life, because I haven't had any success with it myself. I'm kind of mostly in the art scene, because that's what I film mostly. But this is really encouraging. I like the fact that this is something being done, finally. And I hope all the success, because this is something that Second Life has been needing for quite some time. If I can ever get in on a game, that would be pretty cool. Even if it's just to, like, die because a dragon ate me, which I'm pretty sure is what would happen. I've not had very good results with character lifespan in the past when it comes to tabletop role-playing. Just kind of end up dead. For our next location, we're going to Exia at Lame Sing. I've seen this particular building before, but I don't think I've been in this shop before. So I think this is one of the new ones. That is adorable, like a little teddy bear. It does a blink. And that mesh is really cool. I mean, they've had animated, Prim stuff before, but the fluidity with which Animesh works is really awesome. So it looks like we have a lot of Oriental themed stuff. Oh, gotchas! Gotchas! Alright, let's see what's here. I think you can get that bear here, is what that says. Yeah. Chibikuma Animesh. Get yourself a little bear. Oh, you can be the bear. Be the bear. Be the bear. That's cute. The lag is low. I haven't been here before, so I am going to look around a little bit more than I have in some of the other locations. All these are really pretty. Can't wear any of them, though. But I can definitely admire how pretty they are. Being a furry kind of limits your clothing options to a certain degree. That's cute. I guess it depends on what kind of furry you are. Some have it a little bit easier, but I have big feet and claws and a tail. I'm a kitty. Meow. They have a lot of kimonos here. Most definitely. So if you're looking for a kimono, I hope that's what this is and I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, kimono. It says right there. They have a lot of them. It looks like they have texture changers in them too. I really like menued clothes because it makes for easy changing between stuff. Pretty much all my clothing is menued as well. Like, I only have one dress, just this one, with a HUD, so I can be like, I want this part to be blue today. Oh, looks like they got some stuff on sale too. Sale up to 50%. So that's pretty cool. Cool. So you can get yourself a kimono, and then you get yourself an AO that works with the kimono. It's an all-stop shop with kimonos. But they also have a little more fantasy-based ones. Goldfish kimono. Get yourself a pinwheel, too. Alright, so it's a clothing store mostly. I don't see like any general merchandise type stuff. But if you're looking for some really pretty fashions, definitely a lot here to choose from. We haven't even gone up to the second level yet. Let me pop up there right quick. Okay, nothing up here. Just ground floor. Nice little oh, hey. Block. Nice little display window going on here. That's not pretty nice. Click on you. Oh, there's a door. Alright. Click on you. Try to move away from... Oh, I can't. I'm stuck. Alright, so we got some stuff. Let me accept that right quick. Okay, so for the block, we have a green circle, a T, a 5, a swan or a duck, got a C, and an equal sign. So there's that. We have a Valentine Christmas dress, so that's cool. Put that in there for later. And we have another search warrant, so we're going to another location. Chuck Lewis's offensive and aggressive behavior, especially towards women during the journey, has made him an obvious suspect for further investigation. He failed to cooperate during the investigation, specifically refusing to answer any questions related to his contact with the victim. This, coupled with his extensive criminal record for offenses which include violence, have resulted in the successful application for a search warrant. Freshly paroled, Mr. Lewis is registered to be staying at the Clockwork apartment complex just off Route 44. Premises or property to be searched. Chuck Lewis, Slurl, and gonna go to his apartment. Looks like he is a very messy boy. The fact Mr. Lewis was collecting full gas canisters while living in filth is worrying. The gun will be mentioned to his parole officer as further evidence of his violation. We got multiple gas cans and a shotgun. Kind of reminds me of an episode of Hoarders. Okay, what is this? What, roses and wine? Was Mr. Lewis trying to romance someone? Not in this shithole. So many bottles, none of them the right one. Lots of boxes. Wonder what's in the boxes. Got some fast food here. Got a hamburger, some fries, drink. More bottles. Oh, TNT. How delightful. Can you get over this? You got a lag spike here. Can I grab the crowbar? Do some Gordon Freeman on these boxes. Whack, 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 whack. Oh, lovely. This is an unfortunate kitchen. No, just no. Yes, just no indeed. Wow. This definitely looks like an episode of Hoarders right here. Yes. My wife and I like to watch the show Hoarders. And the kitchens and the bathrooms are always the worst. It's like mice in the fridge, cockroaches everywhere. They open up. Well, there's actually been several refrigerators that have been opened on that show where they open it up. Everything's been rotted away, so it looks like somebody flipped it on its side and took a great big shit in it. Like several shits, like a year of shits into the refrigerator. There's a chicken leg, probably fossilized. Oh, gross. Talk backwards I shall. Eat kefta I shall not. Guest is for dinner, touch not. If my roommate met you on Tinder, you have no right to go through my fridge. Get your own food, ho. If you're reading this, the yogurt is gone. Gone as it's been eaten, or gone as it's better not eat it because it's spoiled. Oh, I know it's in here. Oh, apparently a wall. Alright. Nothing in the fridge. Someone from the gynecologist called. They said the Pabst beer is normal. Didn't even know you like beer. Please check your food. Something has died in here. Things. Well, I believe it. Do procrastinate. Panic. Hey! They have my list. Milk is spoiled, door is left open. Please close all the way. Fridges are cool. I agree. They are pretty cool. This is nasty. So horrible. So horrible. gonna find a cum-stained inflatable love doll in here. Polaroid action here. It's magic. Checklist. Get dressed, brush teeth, check email, pizza. Stay at work, work harder. Work it. Make it. Do it. Faster. Harder. Da, 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 da. Work it. Never forget who you are. Shine like the stars. Shine like a diamond. I work hard so my cat can live a better life. This case is clickable, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, hey, a TV. Can I fix this TV? Nope. Television. Definitely stolen. Alright. That's a pretty old TV. This is cool. There's a scanner. Radio, whatever. Here's another gun. Unless Mr. Lewis has legally changed his name to Ellen Matthews, these bags are stolen. He definitely likes his alcohol. Definitely, definitely. Bathtub gin. Looks like Chuck was trying to kill his liver. Another gun. Oh, that kitchen back there is probably pretty much on his way to killing everything if he ate anything from there. It's pretty cool. Oh, some porn and some jerk rags. Oh, some more porn. Book some free blowjobs. Or a city winner. It's Christmas. Let me see what's in the note card. I'm curious now. Oh, they're in telebooks. Okay. Nope. Can't put those on screen. There's some Tiats. Nassums. His own personal movie theater over here. That's pretty neat. Slicker than spit. Lube. Lush Colt. Big ol' rabbit vibrator. Some handcuffs. Don Shakes. Ugh. So disgusting. Oh, there's Buxom again. Yeah, this is an Intelli book. I used to have a magazine type Dealy Bob at one point. There's some pizza. Really disgusting pizza. Got some porn going. I think he should be arrested just for being generally disgusting. This is some serious grossness. All kinds of gross. Nothing wrong with the porn, but wow. This is how cockroaches live. Yuck, yuck, yuck. A thorough search of the apartment has provided no signs of a connection with the victim, Emma Hunter. However, Chuck Lewis is far from innocent. The assault on the arresting officer, combined with several violations of parole, as evidenced by the stolen luggage and possession of illegal weapons, will ensure that Mr. Lewis will remain in prison for many years to come. The likelihood of his release before his 90th birthday is practically non-existent. This may have been a dead end, but justice is still served. I don't know. I mean, maybe look into Ellen Matthews. Make sure she's still alive. For our next destination, we will be going to Mad City, MadPea, Mad City. Mad City is the main store for MadPea. For our latest releases, events, and games, walk straight ahead into the building. Gotchas you'll find on the left side of the building. Achievements and experiences have their own building. Group gifts are on the right. Join the free group to stay up to date and chat with other P's. And the beep is over this way. There's going to be a lot of non-res here. This is one of those sims that my clunky old computer can't handle very well. So I'll take it slow. I'm actually getting double digits FPS for a change, so that's kind of nice. Because usually that's not a thing. Oh hey, looks like they have a little golf course down here. That's kind of neat. Cool. I like golf. Miniature golf, that is. That looks delicious. I would totally eat whatever that is. Yeah, it would not be a good idea to invite me to Gingerbread Person Town. They'd be like, welcome to Gingerbread Town. Stop eating our town. I'd be like, no. You all taste so good. Num 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 num. Donut. Gummy bears. Oh, yep, there we just went straight down to 1 FPS. Just depends on where I'm looking. It's a cute little golf course they got going on here. I would be even tempted to play if not for the very erratic FPS that's happening right now. But I can still look at the courses. Let's do that. Oh, there's Krampus. I remember him from one of the games that MadPea did. Der Krampus. It's so cute. I love miniature stuff. It is adorable. I walk straight past wherever the beep is. That's okay. I can always go back. These are obviously Christmas decorations, so once Christmas is over with, these will be gone shortly, replaced with some other kind of decorations. Just always had a thing for dollhouse stuff because I had a dollhouse at one time. I believe this is the last one in the series. Cool. Well, if I at some point have a computer that does better than the FPS I'm getting right now, I shall definitely give this a putt-putt in the miniature golf. Okay, looks like our BIP is over there. So let's go towards the BIP. This is where it says it is. Oh, there, yep. There it is. Right, so for the block, we got a Grinsika. Hasn't rezzed yet, but I'm pretty sure it's a puppy. Yeah, it's a puppy. A 24. An A. That could be a D, a U, or a V. I don't know. And a slash mark. Alright. For prizes, we got MadPea Christmas movie trivia. That's always a cool thing. And it looks like we got another search warrant, which are pretty cool. The use of aliases and the refusal to cooperate with the investigation brought the suspicions of the Behavioral Science Unit of foul play down on Antonia Howard and James Russell. A search warrant covering the club known as the Chained Rose was granted and will be executed immediately. Any and all documents referencing Emma Hunter may be seized, and any weapons removed from the premises. Premises or property to be searched: the Chained Rose Club, address 1216, Copperlane Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60605. Please note, this location is adult-themed, and you do not need to visit it in order to complete this calendar. Well, I'm gonna go visit the adult themes at Neogene. Got some bound bunnies. An interesting display of restraints. Many of them are similar to the equipment Antonia Howard and James Russell were hiding in their suitcases on the train. So I didn't do anything? Nope. All right. Orgasm donation station? I didn't know you could do that. The party favors provided by the club are similar to the equipment Antonia Howard and James Russell were hiding in their suitcases on the train. So we got some crops and some spankers and some whips and all kinds of fun stuff. Okay, and I'll give you some of the fun stuff. Ropes, not roses. Vanilla is for ice cream. Is there anything up here? What are these things? Cognac. Nice selection. Too bad there's no drinking on the job. Why not? Why not? Snacks and beverages. Soup of the day, space cake, sandwiches, cookies, muffins, potato chips, popcorn, hamburger, cheeseburger, beer on taps, lemon soda, berry soda, cream soda, bottled water, tea, coffee, iced tea, milkshake of the day. This is quite the BDSM bar / club / restaurant. Hash joints flavors, so you can get your smoke on. They got King Hassan Waterworks, Atlanta Cream, Little Maroc, Black Widow Power, Afghan, Kitama, Pakistan, Manali, Orange Bud, K. White Willem, Calamus Super Pollen, Amnesia, Crystal Lad Doobie, Anti-Sea Doobie, Skunk, White Melon, Berry Chocolate, Cinnamon Coconut, Grape, Peach, Orange, Strawberry, Welch Cream. Just today's strains, and they got more. Good thing they already have someone to wash the dishes here. time to go upstairs. Spank me. Spank me, my friend. Spank me. Spank me again. Elegant bondage? Who knew? Oh. Not sure what this thing is. The execution of the search warrant did not unearth any evidence regarding Emma Hunter or a possible connection to the alternative club, though some questionable practices of the club may merit further investigation. Antonia Howard and James Russell will be cleared and given a warning about transporting certain paraphernalia of their lifestyle. Hey, don't hate. Just because you're not into it doesn't mean it's bad. As long as it's consenting adults, that's all that matters. Alright, let's go to the next location. Which is Virtual Kennel Club at Turing Isle. We're at a dog park / pet park where there's a ton of VKC pets to get. Natural, intelligent, alive. Any kind of pet you want, they pretty much have them here, so see something you like? Come gets it. Little cute kitties. See, this one's got a little toy. Look at him. It's adorable. Hi. Alright, where is the beep? Looks like the beep's over this way. Alright. Let's head off in this direction. Got a lot of really nice little pet houses here too. We must be close to the box by now, I think. Are you inside this thingy? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I found the block. Alright, so we got a yellow triangle, a flower, a 12, an M, a J, and greater than sign, less than sign. Not really sure what that is. For prizes, we got a Santa hat, cat bed by Vavoom. So put that in the prizes. And we have a bunch of different things. Let's go with day 21 interview with victim's parents first. Well, put these up here too. Alright, so Midnight Express Cafe menu. Desserts, vanilla pudding, sugar-free, gluten-free, lower-calorie dessert, 90 calories. Chocolate Yule log, rich buttercream frosting on chocolate sponge. That sounds good. Specialties, flourless chocolate tart, 370 cal or uptown cheesecake. Uptown cheesecake. My favorite kind of uptown cheesecake. Something, something. Egg substitute, sugar-free jelly, sugar-free breakfast, syrup, and soy milk available upon request. All fresh eggs are pasteurized and sourced from cage-free suppliers. Please be advised that food prepared at Midnight Express Cafe may contain or have come in contact with milk, eggs, wheat, soy, shellfish, and or fish. Due to the special nature of our menu profile, variety of cooking procedures, seasonal and regional variations, and our reliance on suppliers' information, it may result in variations in the ingredients and natural content of these menu items. Fair enough. Right, so that's the menu. Health inspection report. Cockroaches everywhere. All right. Health and safety inspection report. Location, Midnight Express Cafe. Inspector at Miss T. Steele Public Health Service. Summary. To support a police investigation, the PHS were asked to run a standard basic check on the above premises and test specific samples detailed below. Based on information given to police investigators, PHS were asked to check for peanut allergens in all products. No traces were found. Kitchen hygiene rating 4 out of 5. Contaminant NA. Comment. All areas clean and tidy. Temperature records need closer monitoring. Front of house. Hygiene rating 4 out of 5. No contaminants. In fact, none of them have contaminants. All areas clean and tidy. When asked about cleaning notes, staff seemed unsure of their specific responsibilities. Food items supplied. Tested for physical, chemical, and microbiological contaminants. Coffee. Foam cup. Dregs. Turkey salad. Remains from plate, lettuce, tomato, turkey breast, no dressing. Chocolate Yule log. Partial sliced chocolate sponge, chocolate buttercream, frosting, whipped cream. So she had a coffee, turkey salad, and chocolate Yule log. That sounds pretty good. All right, let's do the interview with victim's family. Okay. You are not being friendly to my eyes. All right, let's... God. Okay, I think that's... Tevin, can I make this bigger? Hang on. Yeah, here we go. Make this a little bit more legible. Okay, so what we got here. Notes. Declan and Annabelle Hunter, undisturbedly devastated by the loss of their daughter, were nonetheless forthright with their responses in hopes that the information provided would aid the investigation and obtain justice for Emma. With the exception of a severe allergic reaction to peanuts consumed at the birthday party of a friend that led to her hospitalization for 2 weeks and the use of an inhaler until well into her mid-teens, Emma Hunter had a healthy and an idyllic childhood. The affluence of her parents combined with her natural intelligence and charm allowed Miss Hunter to excel in school and life in general, making it possible for her to arrange time away from her career to spend a majority of the holidays, including Christmas, with her parents. Though there was no major incident that led to her phobia, the fear of flight was strong enough to drive Miss Hunter to alternative transportation, which precipitated the incident on the MadPea Express, a sad ending to what Mr. and Mrs. Hunter had hoped was an announcement of a more joyous nature. When asked to explorate further, Miss Hunter confessed he had suspected Emma Hunter might be in a relationship at last, and theorized the victim might have been bringing someone home to meet them. Oh, who might that be? Miss Hunter, however, denied that possibility and admitted that Emma had found a certain amount of joy in the freedom of her single life. Though aware her parents longed for grandchildren, Miss Hunter was determined to live life to the fullest until the day the right one came along. In summary, Annabella and Declan Hunter have no solid leads for the investigation, and it is unlikely that further probing into the family of Emma Hunter will accomplish anything. It is recommended It is the recommendation of the detectives involved that the investigation moves on to other avenues. According to Dr. Thomas Milton, head Ph.D. of the forensics team, anaphylaxis symptoms usually occur within minutes of exposure to an allergen. Sometimes, however, it can occur a half hour or longer after exposure. Based on the autopsy report, it's possible Miss Hunter died of anaphylaxis shock caused by peanuts. A thorough sweep of the train car Emma was discovered in after the blackout didn't come up with any items containing peanuts. There is no evidence of nuts found in the Christmas Yule log or any of the other foods that she ate in the dining cart. It is plausible that Emma Hunter encountered peanuts from another source. That has got to suck, being that allergic to a food allergen, especially peanuts. I mean, it's been a while since I've had peanuts myself. I used to eat peanuts a lot, and I used to be allergic to it, but nothing so much as it would kill me. It would certainly give me an asthma attack, but nothing that was like life-threatening. Used to be allergic to peanuts, cheese, most dairy, peanut butter. I was a really sick kid. For our next destination, we are going to Sempiternal at Anxiety. This is a pretty cool little dark fantasy, dark Victorian skybox, illustrating how you can create an immersive environment in a very small footprint, which is always very helpful when you're trying to film stuff, because I'm getting high double-digit FPS right now. That is a penis. He's like, look at my penis. You like my penis? Got a pretty sign. Oh, Barkley. I've taken a look around a little bit already, and they have lots and lots of really well-designed skyboxes here, fitting the overall theme. I already know where the block is, but I'm going to give a little walk-around tour, because this is definitely a place you want to check out. They got some really cool stuff. Plus, this little skybox design of theirs is really nice. Especially liked this one, just because of the colors involved. So you could definitely film something in that. I just love the natural pathing. You know, it feels like a setup that could actually occur in real life. I mean, there's obvious borders when you build a skybox store like this, so you can't walk on forever, but it feels nice. It's really nice design. And that's not easy, doing a natural build, if you will. Or a convincing natural build, anyway, that feels appropriate. Blocks up there with the gotchas, so we'll be checking that out here in a moment. But I did want to walk around this first, because it's a pretty cool place. And some pretty cool stuff. Bumping into a bunch of stuff. Gotcha collections are located at the back of the garden. Yup. That's where we'll be heading here in a moment. Alright, let's head on back to the gotchas, where they get you money. Yeah, totally check this place out. If you're looking for dark medieval, dark Victorian type stuff, skyboxes you can do some filmings in, like vampires and stuff. This would probably be a great place to start, because they got some really nice ones. Pretty sure that's what the owners of the place are. Victorian vampires. You'll see in a moment what I mean. But, you know, they're vampires with good taste, because they got num-nums. Nummy num-nums. Here's our gotchas. Have some really cool stuff. These are complete skybox gotchas. So you could get the Order of the Black Flame skybox and all the decorations. Just keep hitting that gotcha. Get all the stuff. And it comes with all the decorations. So complete set piece. Complete set piece. Pretty cool. All right, for this one, we have a blue block, a filigree 13, L, that's a K, and I still don't know what that is. Greater than, less than sign. For prizes, we have the Holiday Traveler. So let's see what that is later. And for clears, we have a lot of clues now. Tons of clues. We got Day 22 notes. So let's see what that is. All right. Memorandum information. It is the 22nd of December 2019 to all active detectives from Sergeant Aronix. Status of investigation. At this point of the investigations, we have been able to eliminate a few suspects. While other causes of death can't be ruled out yet, an anaphylactic reaction to peanuts could be the most logical explanation based on the autopsy report. Based on Emma's history, we can be certain that she must have been very careful to make sure she wouldn't voluntarily consume anything with the possibility of having traces of peanuts in it. We do not have enough information on who could have possibly wanted to kill Emma, and we need to take a closer look into her life. We have to examine her apartment at 3210 Horton Street, Emeryville, California, 94608, to see what we can find. It's time to get to know Emma closer. Visit her home at Harm's Way. It feels so weird to enter a home of a dead person and go through their personal belongings. I should try to see if I can find out anything out of the ordinary that would give me insight into why she was murdered. This is actually a pretty cool little skybox going on right here. Has a couple different levels. Very well furnished. Of course, most of the time, items such as these don't come with your skybox, but it serves as a pretty excellent illustration of what you can do. And you can always right-click Edit in case you see something you want. You can decorate things exactly as they are. So you can copy it all if you wanted to. Oh, The Collection and Unia. Both excellent games by MadPea. Had a lot of fun with those. A lot of pretty stuff here. Got some berry oatmeal over here. This just brushes up against the, yeah, it's just a kind of an extra room sunroom, if you will. How to do the perfect smoky eye, late night, how to fake an awake face. Vice magazine. She definitely has a nice place. Go on into the kitchen. Looks like we're making some noodles. Noodly goodness. I had some ramen for dinner. Pretty good. No clues here. Breakfast. Fashion magazine. You got some toast, some eggs, looks like some chocolate, some tea. Yes, toast. Yeah, toast. 1001 ways to make breakfast. Life is a carnival, so make funnel cakes. The pastry diet, that sounds pretty sweet. Bring all the boys to your yard for your milkshakes. This week's menu, salad with grilled chicken. Tuesday, salmon fillets, Brussels sprouts. Wednesday, hamburgers, baked potato. Thursday, grilled chicken, asparagus. Friday, pizza. Saturday, pizza. Sunday, pizza! Tennis Tuesday at 10. Call L. Doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary here. Grocery list: apples, almond milk, coffee, eggs, bananas, yogurt, sugar, ground beef, salmon, zucchini. And that's just a cabinet with some options. So I've got some strawberry preserves, some yummy bars, crispy chips, puddings, pastry in a box, cereal O's. This kind of O's, creamy nut spread. Can I open your fridge? That would be really cool. No? Ah. Got a bunch of stuff over here. This isn't evidence, right? I can eat this and just start chowing down on this cheese and bread, right? That'd be okay. Oh, we even got some soup going. Of course, all this stuff is probably totally rancid by now, considering how much time has elapsed since she's been here. Which in itself should make it kind of strange. It's like she's going on a trip, but she left soup. What's going on with that? She's like in the middle of pasta making and decided to go do a train trip. One of these is the stairs up, I believe. No clues here. Just some sketches. This would be a fire hazard. Pretty sure it's not good to have things like that. Anything in the bag? Nope. Anything under the bed? Nope. She leaves a little sparkle wherever she goes. Sparkle, really thick. Quick. Oh. Don't have the key of this cool basic door. Wonder if that's the thing. Do I have to go find a key? What about this one? This is a key. No? Fine. Yep, there's stairs. We'll get to that here in a moment. I have no reflection. I am a vampire. No! It's clean. Bright something. There's another TV I need to fix. Your TV's broken. Let me fix it. There, I fixed your TV. Best channel to watch all the time. There we go. Fixed. If you remembered me, then I don't care if everyone else forgets. It's a cool one. If you only read the books that everyone else is reading, you can only think what everyone else is thinking. Your laptop is broken too. Let me fix that. So many broken electronics, I swear. There. I fixed your laptop. It is fixed now. Make that your homepage. Surely there'd be something over here. Yeah. So much clutter looks like she's been doing a lot of research. I concur. In fact, said research is all over the place. We should probably cuddle now. I agree. We should definitely do that. I am a cuddle sponge. I like to cuddles. What's that thing? It's a candle. So many books everywhere. She'd like to take a lot of pictures of herself. See that. Oh, darling, let's be adventurers. Got some stuff. Welcome to the Hell Kitty Clan. Let us begin by reassuring all our new applicants that the Hell Kitty crew is not a cult. It's a way of life. We accept only the brightest and most dedicated people who understand the most important thing anyone can do is protect, serve, and worship Kitty. Each member of the Hell Kitty clan will need to have a true commitment to Kitty, a slew of criminal talents, and the ability to keep their damn mouths shut. Introduction to Catherine Washington. This book's main character is Catherine Washington, a daughter of Stanley and Agnes Washington, who owned the Mad World theme park and died due to their daughter's evil actions. Catherine's older brother David died as well in the fire caused by her, but his twin brother Jason survived and is now the sole owner of the theme park. Catherine's personality is split in half, as her twin sister Kitty is living inside her. Kitty was the sweeter, weaker one of the twins who always got more attention. Not many people knew of the Washingtons having a second set of twins, as Kitty was often ill, spending many days in the old rickety house on the hill. Kitty ruled her sister and would have done anything for Catherine, was bitter and angry at Kitty for getting all the attention, was constantly causing mischief to get her family to notice her as well. Their looks were identical, and on Kitty's good days, no one could tell them apart. Catherine soon began to realize that if she pretended to be Kitty, she would get more reactions from the people around her. At the age of 3, the grills were playing by the fountain when suddenly something about Kitty annoyed Catherine so much that she pushed her in the water. She claims to not remember what happened, and until this day, it is unclear whether the drowning of her sister was an accident or done on purpose. Catherine felt so guilty and scared of what had happened, and she kept the death as a secret for weeks. She was... And it doesn't continue. Man, I was getting invested in that. What? Welcome to the MBI Academy. One of the most important missions of the MBI Academy is to hire new agents. Each special agent must have the knowledge, skills, commitment, and fortitude to investigate spies and stop dangerous criminals, all while wielding their law enforcement powers with compassion for those they encounter and respecting the Constitution laws. It is the job of the MBI Academy to get agent trainees ready to serve skillfully and faithfully, and when necessary to send students home if they aren't fit to be MBI agents. You've completed against hundreds of thousands of like-minded candidates so far in one of the most rigorous and selective application processes in the nation. Now you, the recruits, must spend countless hours studying everything from ethics to investigative techniques, learning about bureau operations, gaining experience in conducting intelligence-led investigations, fine-tuning your computer skills, and pushing your bodies to your physical limits. Do you think you have what it takes to be an agent? Now we got some other scribbles and picture. Interesting. I thought Emma was a graphic designer. She was a writer too? Wait, what? I've seen the hype behind this text. It's Shadow Murdoch's latest novel in progress. Why does Emma have it? Wait, Emma is the famous Shadow Murdoch? Is that why she was murdered? Congratulations, you've earned the achievement Fame Behind Secret Name. Ghostwriter Discovery. View all achievements at Baderpaderp. Looks like the next location is Mad World, MadPea. We are at MadPea's Mad World, a very mad place indeed, with all kinds of cool rides and also a main road that'll show you the games that they have currently. Been here many times. It has, of course, been featured in many a MadPea game. And is an excellent introduction to MadPea in general, aside from the main store, of course. They do have Nightmare in New Orleans. Still running, although let's say it's under server maintenance at the moment, but I highly recommend it. I played it, enjoyed it thoroughly, and covered it in one of my videos. So if you get a chance to play that, I would definitely recommend. We have one of the recent ones, Green Mire. Definitely recommend that too. Pretty sweet. We have Ghost Town, which has been around for a while. Also a recommend. Of course, I recommend all MadPea games, but these are the ones they have currently. Spellbound. If you have any love for Harry Potter, fantasy stuff, magic and wizardry, just all that stuff, you owe it to yourself to play Spellbound. Spellbound is magnificent. I loved it. I hope they make a sequel. Really. You know, create their own little Harry Potter series of Spellbounds. That would be pretty cool. Trying to keep my draw distance down because sims like this kind of beat the crap out of my computer. But if you have any kind of recent computer, you'll be fine. Really awesome visuals. Such a pleasure this place is. Just to walk around and explore. Guess I'm going in the shoe. Yeah, guess I'm going in the shoe. Alright. I think that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm doing some climbing. Yep, there's a block. I have my draw distance turned down to 100, so can't see everything from here, but you can see a lot, and it's amazing. Hats off to the MadPea staff for just being awesome, like they always are. And this is just a very, very small part of the park, so if you've never been here, you really owe it to yourself to go and play all the games. Play all the games they have on display, and play all the games that you can get into, like Spellbound and whatnot. It is pretty awesome. Alright, let's grab this block. Alright, so I got a green circle, a cat, 21, a day. Somebody gave me the day, S, and a hashtag, or pound sign. For the prize, looks like we got a gift wrap TV. So that's cool. We'll open that later. It looks like we have 2 pages of notes for day 23. Get those off into clues. Based on this information, I should really visit Arthur Mason at Mad City, Mad City, to find out if Emma really was Shadow Murdoch and what the story behind that really was. I feel like I'm finally getting closer. Information, 23rd December 2019, to all active detectives from Sergeant Arnox. Background and recommendations of Shadow Murdoch. Shadow Murdoch is a critically acclaimed author of suspense, contemporary horror, and crime thrillers. Accredited with selling over 230 million books worldwide, his literary talent has been translated into a majority of languages and has been adapted to TV and film. So she's essentially a murder she wrote, Jessica Fletcher. As of 2019, Shadow Murdoch's net worth is estimated to be roughly $350 million, making him one of the highest paid authors in the world. What makes Shadow Murdoch even more interesting is that no one has ever managed to exactly find out who he is, and people have been speculating the last 10 years about his identity. All communications go through his Mad City publishers, Arthur Mason, who has signed a confidentiality agreement to not disclose Shadow Murdoch's identity to anyone. With our warrant, we are able to get them talking, though, to get to the bottom of this. If Emma indeed is behind Shadow Murdoch, her wealth might have given a motive for her murder. She has been living a very modest life, completely focused on writing. She has given away large sums of money to various charities as Shadow Murdoch, and her final will states several animal shelters and children's hospitals as her beneficiaries. Shadow Murdoch's awards, the Lovecraftian Award, in recognition of the finest horror and mind-bending in literary work, awarded on December 13th in the year of 2005. By virtue or lack thereof, of the authority of the Lovecraftian Horror Society hereby has conferred this award to Shadow Murdoch. The Modern Thrill Fest Award has conferred upon Shadow Murdoch. This award acknowledges with gratitude the absolute terror evoked by the author. American Horror Fiction Award, in recognition of literary genius in regards to horror and fiction. awarded by the authority of the American horror fiction conglomerate to one Shadow Murdoch for horror beyond and above the imagination. All honors, privileges, and rights of the accreditation are his for the taking. Best Horror Story Adaptation to Film. This acknowledgement of talent and excellence is awarded to Shadow Murdoch for the brilliant adaptation of several self-authored books to film by the authority of the Guild for Horror Adaptations and Horror Reenactments. Bloody Mass Award. Cheery congratulations and hisses of fear greet the awardee of this infamous accreditation, Shadow Murdoch. The awardee is entitled to bragging rights, free drinks and bars, and all the claps on the back he can possibly accept without losing an arm. That's a lot of claps on the back. So let's go to MadPea Mad City. MadPea's shopping area is a great place to get HUDs for games, as well as furnishings and various gotchas, which they do have games for as well. Story-driven gotchas, if you will. I've played quite a few of those. But we're here to talk to a person. And as usual, this sim is a little on the laggy for my ancient potato. So we're gonna gently nudge our way in this general direction. So we can go talk to that person about our murder victim, who has been working under an alias. Let me fix my hat. There we go. Nudge, nudge, nudge. We will gradually get there. Thankfully, it's just around the corner. If you have a better computer than mine, which I'm sure most of you do by now, give this place a visit. All kinds of really cool stuff to buy and play and enjoy. And there's our target right in front of me. So I'm going to sneak up on it. Hopefully by the time I get there, things will be rezzed and a little less laggy. Going to get ya. Going to get ya. In fact, let me turn down the... Since we're here, let me turn down the res distance to something a little bit easier to maintain. Just kind of wait for stuff to res. Just waiting for things to come in a little bit. I'm guessing this is her publisher. Let's see, it's Mad City Publishers. I think that's what it says on the side. Yeah, Mad City Publishers. How about that? I can read Blur. And you can too if you're in Second Life long enough. You can read Blur too. I understand Blur in several different languages. So here's the person we need to talk to. Let me close the door. There we go. I'll click on him in a second. I'll give a gander around a little office space. Got some possibly vaporwave over here. Vaporwave artwork. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I'm going to click on it. I can't click on it. Alright. Good art. Got some books. I think he's the only thing you can click on. What's this? Is that a locket? From our victim? Perhaps. Is this a clue? Is it clickable? Nope. What are you hiding under here? Is this another computer I need to fix? No. Well. Petals of Words? A novel by Dust Bunny. Let's see if there's... I don't know what that is. Rabbit Dictionary. Gotta know your different kind of rabbits. Because there's all kinds of rabbits. Alright, let's click on this guy. Gotta click on your face. There, gotta click on your nose. Click. Ugh, I knew you'd eventually find us. Since you have a warrant, I will tell you everything you need to know. But please understand that it was very important for Emma to keep her privacy. She started writing already 15 years ago together with another writer, and it took me 3 years to discover her true identity. I believe it was her wanting to wait until she was 18. I don't know who the other person was she was writing with, but I know they got into massive arguments about the writing styles, and Emma carried on her own for the last 10 years. I do not of any arrangement between them, as the fame took us all by surprise. I believe people truly love a good mystery. It's a sad day with Emma being gone, and we're currently trying to figure out the best way to deal with Shadow Murdoch's future. So it could have been this other person that killed her. This ghostwriter, if you will. Considering how much money she was worth, that could definitely be an interest in making her dead. If they could just slide in to her persona of Shadow Murdoch. Last author standing. Highlander, that shit. There can only be one. Alright. Let's go to the 24th. I'll be going to Velour Carbonara. As a filmer in Second Life, I am always overjoyed when I see an FPS in the triple digits. And right now, I have an FPS of 144. So, to the person who runs Velour, thank you. Thank you so much. Looks like we're in a makeup shop. Bunch of different brushes and eyeshadows and lipsticks and stuff. As a furry, I can't use any of it, but it looks really nice. So if you're looking for some stuff to put on your face, I would definitely give this place a check out, because it's very nicely done, and it's pretty much zero lag, which is always very nice. And there's a little thing here. What is this? 60 Linden main store sales. So that's a thing. Every weekend, happy weekend. So have yourself a happy weekend with Velour. Here's the block. So we got a yellow triangle, a flower, an 18, a G, a P, and another equal sign. For stuff, looks like we got some Martha eyeshadows, so we'll take a look at that later. And I also have 2 pages of notes, so let me take a look at those, put them in clues first. Information! 24th December 2019 to all active detectives from Sergeant Aronnax. Bulletin update to evidence regarding Emma Hunter. Due to the fugitive actions of young Archie Bickard, who apparently wished to sell the important video to increase his internet notoriety, a period of time between the electricity returning to the train and the assessment check run by the MadPea Express P-34 crew was hidden from investigators. Once obtained, the video clip revealed a moment when the doors opened and a small package was thrown outside to be lost in the continuing journey of the train. Though the odds were against it, investigators were able to retrieve the package and discovered there was a piece of cake containing traces of peanut. So she was poisoned. Though the Christmas Yule log had traces of peanuts, the gallery workers, cooks, and servers had been previously made aware of Emma Hunter's allergies and had taken steps to ensure that she would not have contact with any contaminated food. Therefore, it can be surmised that the cake someone attempted to discard, presumably to block the investigation, could only have come from an outside source. Unfortunately, the angle from which the video was taken did not reveal the identity of the culprit. The package has been sent to forensics for further analysis. Mr. Bickard has given another stern warning about obstruction and interfering with a police investigation, which turned out to be necessary when it was discovered that he had filmed several people in compromising positions with intent to publish the videos to his social media. Ms. Antonia Howard and Mr. James Russell in particular would have grounds for legal action due to the contents of the video he captured of their activities. All right. Murdered by cake. Won't be the first time somebody used poison, although allergies, that's a pretty nasty thing. So yeah, I'm thinking that it was likely someone who was somewhat familiar with her, which is mostly the case when it comes to murder. And the incentive, most likely monetary, most likely the person who is the other author. And now for the last train box. Day 25. MadPea block puzzle hut. Alright. Grab that. Now it's time to put those blocks you collected into good use. Oh. Okay. Try to get the blocks in the right place. Click on a block to examine it. Use the arrow keys left, right, up, down, shift left, and shift right, or ASD, Shift A, and Shift D to turn the block and see all sides. Click the block again to put it back next to the puzzle board, or click a place on the puzzle board to insert the block. You can click the block again if you want to move it or put it back on the side. Use the clues you have collected, plus the markings on the blocks and on the puzzle board. I've fiddled with it a little bit, and it's easy. You just plug them in where the various animals and stuff are. Each one is represented on here. It's got a cat, got a leafy thing, got a crown, got a swan, got a goat, Got a woof. Got a paw. Got a pander. Got a snowflake. Got a flower. Got another flower. Got a flower. I think that might be a fox. Another cat. Turtle. I think that was another goat. Or a cat. Fish. Snowflake. And puppers. And looks like we are going to MadPea base. Looks like we're on the murder train itself. Let's do some investigatings. Oh, is it kitty? Thank you, all kitty. All kitties are cute. Ooh. Yummy, delicious Japanese do-it-yourself. Sounds pretty good to me. Oh, looks like I found it. I got achievement. Congratulations, you've earned the achievement Killer Caught. Good job, detective. That's a delicious looking whatever that is. We'll look at the notes here in a moment. Finish looking around. Oh, is that cute? No cat cups. No beer cookers. This thing over here is pretty neat. I had to mute it because it was doing local text. And it'd just be nothing but a screen of local text if I didn't. But it's a family Christmas disaster. Pretty cool little game by MadPea to have more than a couple of these over at their store. So, pretty fun. And I'm sure there's other people here because I'm bumping into them. They also show up on the map, which is another reason why I'm trying to get out of the way first. That's a lot of toys. Wow. You might have a problem. if you have that many toys. Apparently, I am cute. And I agree. I'm adorable. Look at me in my outfit. Alright, now that I'm out of everyone's way, let's have a look at the clues. I can click that off. Oh, the door opens? Oh, cool. I did not know this. Memorandum, 25th of December 2019, to all active detectives from Sergeant Ernix. Letter of conclusion. Dear Detective, unfortunately, typically the killer is always someone who knows you. Mandy Williams and Emma Hunter were best friends throughout elementary, middle, and high schools and invented Shadow Murdoch together. They were writing the wildest and scariest stories together and realized people actually love their work. They hid their identity completely from everyone else, even from Eric, to the point he suspected something else was going on. Wink, wink. After high school, the girls started to part their ways. While Emma was ambitious, focused, and went to college in Chicago, Mandy was starting to settle down with Eric. Emma felt that Mandy wasn't feeling Shadow Murdoch's inner demons anymore and was struggling to write with her. The girls argued until Mandy gave up and let Emma keep Shadow Murdoch to herself. When Emma moved to California, the girls stopped talking to each other. Mandy, because Mandy became a mother and a housewife, while Emma became a multimillionaire. Definitely a source of jealousy, to be sure. The raging jealousy in Mandy started to brew inside and grew into a monster over the years. Mandy knew that Emma traveled back to Chicago to be with her parents each holiday, and she naturally knew about her severe peanut allergy. Mandy researched for the menu served at the Midnight Express Cafe and created a replica, a special version with peanuts at home. They had a lovely reunion at the MadPea Express, and Mandy made sure everyone would notice how well they were getting along and how much she had missed Emma. When Emma went to the bathroom, she brought out a slice of cake from her handbag and switched with Emma's Yule log. The blackout at MadPea Express came as a total shock, as Mandy had expected the reaction to hit a lot later on in the journey. She had to get rid of the evidence somehow, and as soon as the electricity came back on, she tossed away the suitcase containing the rest of the cake from the door. Unfortunately, it was all caught on Archie's camera. Mandy's motive was to get Shadow Murdoch and the fame back for herself, but she failed miserably. Thanks to you, Detective. What happens to Shadow Murdoch remains to be seen. Thank you all for playing. We hope you enjoyed Murder on the MadPea Express. Please teleport to Neogene to collect all your prizes. Happy and peaceful holidays from MadPea. We've made it! This is the prize room, festively decorated. So if you haven't been getting your prizes from all the blocks up to this point, this is a room where you can get them all again. Very pretty decorations all around. And what comes next is we'll be going back home for a prize reveal of all the cool stuff we got. Time for prizes. I'm going to do my best to not upskirt myself because I'm not wearing any underwear. I never do. Let's have a look at some prizes. First, there's Psycho Barbie Goth Mess. There's a picture here. So, Christmas sweater and stockings. It's very cute. Got Frostbite from Vane. Let's see what that is. Add. Accept. Touch. Ouch. If you remember, Vane is the store that has a lot of face mods. Mostly damaged and bloody, but some other really cool ones. That looks painful. Okay, that's that one. Alright, let's add these. These will put little Christmas lights on your face. Make you nice and festive. Ornament earrings. Put the box over here. This one's from Zombie Suicide. Your brain in a box. Cool. That's a nice shade of purple. You got other ones to choose from. HUDed accessories in general are always nice. Helps cut down on inventory. See. Makes dressing yourself a lot easier. This will be the Holiday Wood Sphere. Okay, so we got the white one, and we got colors. So let's see what that is. Oh, cool. That's a pretty little decoration. And they go on and off. Oh, I like that. Cool. Yeah, I got Chez Moi Christmas decor. A cute little box. This pack is filled with love. Let's see what it looks like first. Cool. Let me grab this out of here. Got yourself some trees. They are not linked together, so if you wanted to, you can stick these on a wall, or whatever you want to do with them. MadPea candy cane lights. Here, I have to stand up for this one. Alright, here we go. That's always so cute. Alright, let me grab that. So we got yellow, blue, green, and red. Let me pull out the blue. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty. Okay. What you do is line your pathways with these. Alternate them. That's neat. Half Moon Market chocolate peppermint holiday cake box. That sounds delicious. Ooh. I could see myself drowning this in milk. That's what I do with cakes. I drown it. Cool. Jolly Winter Snow Globe HUD. Add. Cool. That's nice. Nice little Christmas snow globes. Okay, moss and mink hanging baubles. There we are. Cool. This one's from the, oh, get a little house. That's kind of neat. That's 2 presents in one, in my opinion. Does it have rooms in here? Nope. Alright. Still pretty cool. You can upsize that and use it for backdrop. Okay, we got 4 different ones, so this one's A. Okay, and this one's B. They kind of look all the same, but that's alright. Still, it's a pretty little snowflake. Serenity style Christmas wooden boards. These you could definitely hang up on your wall. Joy, love, peace, believe Christmas. Those are pretty. Got from Love Scattered Christmas Candy Corn. Okay. Quite a few of them, looks like. Let's go with traditional for now. I'm guessing it's probably rezzed through the floor. Yep, there it is. You got some Christmas candy corn. Probably tastes like peppermint. It comes in various different colors. Couldn't get enough candy corn for Halloween? Now you got Christmas candy corn. How about that? Okay. That's a lollipop spanker. Get spanked with a lollipop. Okay, so you just wear this one. All right. Well, if you enjoy good spankings, there you go. Get lollipop spanked. Jolly Song Holiday Tree from Raindale. A little delay there showing up. Might take a look at the ad first. Oh, wow. Those are really pretty. Nice. Not your traditional tree, but that's okay. I mean, I have our tree over there, but I was kind of looking for a neon tree. This is not neon, but I can appreciate the design definitely. So base, make that black. Going up. Ornaments. Make them red. And star, make it green. Alright, a lot of color options there. That's pretty cool. Okay, we have Festive Frame by Krez. That's an interesting idea. Get a frame and hang some ornaments in it like that. Might just keep that in mind next time I'm decorating from the dollar store. Looks like it comes with a lot of options. Okay, so I could turn this one to red, that one to black, this one to white. The bow can be green. The lace can be gray. The filigree can also be red. The frame can be gray. Yeah, stuff that comes with HUDs like these. Very awesome. Gives you a ton of options. Alright. Boomerang. Got a snowman sled. Boomerang. Okay, I need to stand up for this. Sit here. Oh, all right. It's a bench. You can sit on this little snowman's. That's cute. Okay, we got Xmas tree earrings. This is also another ad to unpack. So let me get off the snowman. So I have a Geek Christmas Market event going on. Oh, those are nice. I don't wear earrings myself. Can't, because, again, furry. But those are really nice. I like those. Those are really pretty. This one is from Convair. White holiday table. Nice. Cool. All right then. Our next two prizes are from MadPea. We have a MadPea gift wrap TV.
Whee!
And we also have a MadPea Christmas movie trivia.
Whee!
The TV itself could be a prop that you use in your own Christmas setup. So we have two of them. We have one with snow and red bow. And we also have trees with red bow. Of course, you can switch it up with the other bow colors, because you have a choice between green, red, white, and two wrapping papers. So you have the trees, the candy canes, and snowflakes on there too. Or you just have snowflakes. They're both very pretty. MadPea does have a bunch of local chat games, usually under the brand name Mad Chat. This is a MadPea Christmas movie trivia game. You can play with a bunch of people. So click on this. In Mickey's Christmas Carol, which Disney character played Scrooge's loyal employee, Bob Cratchit? I believe that was Mickey Mouse. I think. Either that or it was Donald Duck. It's been a while since I watched that, but that's a pretty cool thing to have. For velour, you have a HUD, eyeshadow for Ginnis and Bum compatible. Some very pretty eyeshadow right there. From Simple Eternal, we have the Holiday Traveler. got a ad in there. So that's a pretty cool little prop. Let's get that out. Look pretty cool on a desk or wherever else you want to decorate. And we have a Santa hat cat bed by VWT. It's a nice little place for your cat or other pets to sit in. Why wear a hat when you can live in one? Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Well, that was the Murder on the MadPea Express Adventure Calendar by MadPea. I had a lot of fun with it. It reminds me so much of the episodic content that they did with a prior game called Blood Letters, which I also enjoyed very much. And thank you for being with me on this journey. Have a Merry Christmas, and I'll see you in 2020.